A very warm welcome to you from the hills high above Beijing as the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre welcomes the Nordic athletes going for gold at the 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. It's a bright, crisp morning here, plenty of breeze too. The perfect way really to open the Nordic programme at these games. 6 para-biathlon races on the way in 3 sporting categories, sitting, standing and vision impaired over the 6-kilometre sprint distance. That's 3 laps of the 2-kilometre track here at Zhangjiakou. So it's all about the speed merchants. Para-biathlon, this unique discipline where you need quite the skill set, the endurance and technique to traverse the terrain in the cross-country ski, and the calmness and precision, lowering the pulse rate in the shooting range to ensure accuracy with the rifle. There will be no athletes from RPC or Belarus competing. Now, being perfectly honest, that paves the way for Ukraine, who are a dominant nation in this sport, and they will be looking to boost the medal tally here at Beijing 2022. We're all set here on a resplendent morning up in the mountains.
And the temperature, -11. Take your eyes towards the bottom of the screen. 14 kilometres an hour, the wind from the west, which is the traditional direction at Zhangjiakou at the Biathlon Centre. It's the women's sprint, but the wind has been getting up to around 20 kilometres an hour, and that can affect the accuracy in the range. And a field of 11 in the first event, and we're looking forward to this interval start, so they'll get away 30 seconds apart. And here is the field. Chu Beibei, who was 8th 4 years ago, possibly China's best chance in this one. China with 4 in this, the United States 3, and we also have athletes from Germany, Canada, Ukraine and Poland. But Oksana Masters and Kendall Gretsch, 2nd and 1st 4 years ago. Well, we'll look forward to their performances today.
Yeah, we really will. They're quite something, actually, that Masters Gretsch double act. Medal winners as well in the Tokyo Paralympic Games last summer. Tremendous athletes. So 11 athletes from 6 nations in the start gate here. The first of our 6 races of the day, this first day of competition at the 2022 Winter Paralympic Games, the 14th such Winter Paralympic Games, first in Örnsköldsvik in Sweden in 1976. Then it was Norway, Innsbruck, and following that, the Winter Paras fell after the Winter Games from 1992 onwards. And there's no doubt here that tension is rising, anticipation is high before we go racing.
And Oksana Masters, that's that factor of 100%. We'll talk you through that as the events unfold. But according to their classification and their trunk function, they'll have their time adjusted so that it levels the playing field, if you will. The more able athletes, all of their time counts. But for those with a lower trunk function, their time will be adjusted to give a more meaningful and a more level outcome. And so in this category, we have athletes up to 12, LW12, and as low as 10.5. And Anja Vicker, who was on screen a few moments ago, she's a 10.5.
Yeah, that's Kendall Gretsch at 11.5, a triathlon gold medalist in a thrilling sprint from behind finish in Tokyo last year. And that's a Polish athlete, that's Monika Kukla, and LW12 para biathlete, the 25-year-old from Poland. So 11 in the start gate to get us underway. It's Chu Beibei, the 33-year-old from China. So our first racer out of the gate then, and the programme is on here in para-biathlon at these 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. It is Chu Beibei at 33. She's the Oldest athlete in this race, a year older than Oksana Masters. 8th in the sprint this event in Pyeongchang. So 30-second intervals. Next up is Kukla.
And Monica Kukla, 25 years of age, 10th in the sprint at the World Championships last year. And like many of the competitors here, enjoys other sports. She's also been in rowing and cycling and athletics. And away she goes. We're trying to take some time out of the athlete in front of her.
Lena Dudalin, next to go at 18. She is the youngest in the field. Born in the Russian Federation. And now lives in San Diego, wearing bib 3 for the United States. One of 3 American athletes in this race.
Anastasia Leletina. Factor of 87%. You see, she sits a little lower in the sit ski, which indicates a lower level of trunk function. So an 87% adjustment for her eventual time. And Leletina, just 19 years of age, had a couple of good results in cross-country events.
So wearing bib 5 then, this is Wang Shiyu, 22 from Shenyang. It's an emotional milestone really, these Winter Paralympic Games for the Chinese, 20 years on from the first time they put a team in the para biathlon. That was at the Salt Lake City 2 decades ago now. Goodness me, makes you feel old, doesn't it? Wang next to go.
Christina Picton, the 28-year-old Canadian from Canmore, Alberta. In fact, a lot of the Canadian biathletes based in Canmore. She's played sledge hockey for Canada. Well, it's the #1 sport in Canada, isn't it? They do love their hockey. And we're, of course, talking ice hockey. They don't even give it a pre-name. It's just ice hockey, and it's just hockey.
Shy for China. So 4 Chinese in this race. Zhai is 21 years of age. They've been training hard and heavy up in Heilongjiang province at the Mundanjiang facility. They're trying to get their para biathletes competitive for the racing here. So Zhai in the race, and she will be followed by her compatriot Shan.
So Shan Yilin from Hebei province just loves the feeling of being on the snow and skiing. Skiing is fun, she says. Did compete at the 2017 World Championships. Now that they've got these marvelous facilities, we should expect a lot more Chinese athletes to come through in all the sports here.
So no Kendall Gretsch at the recent World Champs. That paved the way for this athlete, Anja Vicker, to win the World Championship title over the sprint distance. The 30-year-old from Stuttgart, can she get amongst the Americans, Masters and Gretsch at the tail end of this race? A formidable campaigner is Anja Vicker, 2-time World Championship gold medalist, and she's had plenty of success in the cross-country ski as well.
Out on the course, Chu negotiating a tricky tight left-hander as it makes her way back down, but this is Oksana Masters, the 32-year-old born in Ukraine, so really mixed emotions, mixed allegiances perhaps, but of course skiing for the USA, and has competed so successfully across multiple sports, summer and winter.
And wearing bib 11, last to go, the defending champion from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. It is Kendall Gretsch. Absolutely brilliant athlete all round, 29 years of age. Gretsch, and at the Tokyo Paras last year, Gretsch won gold in the triathlon. A brilliant, thrilling sprint from behind finish. And Gretsch will be amongst the favourites here to get another gold medal.
Really the athlete's choice whether to use the tracks or use the flat snow beside, as Dodeline comes through the 1 kilometre checkpoint, and 4:02.2 of Chu is the time to keep your eye on. These inclines, hard work on the shoulders. Just got to keep your form, keep out of trouble really, and keep an eye on the athlete in front. Try and take metres out of them.
Yeah, everyone out racing now on the snow, and the sun is beating down brightly here. It's just past 10 a.m. local time. Perhaps a day for the goggles, but that's Wang not wearing any, the 22-year-old from China.
Negotiated that turn very neatly. She's in good form and giving it plenty early, and tucks in. Let's lower the wind resistance, of course. As through comes Picton on the left.
So this is a 6-kilometre race. 3 laps of the 2-kilometre circuit. Spectacular facility that they've constructed here at Zhangjiakou, hosting the biathlon events in the recent Winter Olympic Games. And here, of course, the Paras, a challenge for Picton there, that tight left-hander.
Into the range for the first time, our first athlete, Chu. And you'll see how it's done here. The assistants provide the rifle. Into the prone position goes Chu. And 5 rounds, leaving the stocks attached. Get herself settled, and hope she gets 5 from 5. There's a penalty loop awaiting for any misses.
Yeah, 5 metal targets, 10 metres away from the shooter. The sitting skiers and standing skiers aim at independently operating drop-down targets, 13 millimetres in diameter.
Gets the second, missed the first. That's 2 misses there. You'll see a few quick breaths and then try and steady the diaphragm. Oh gosh, that's another 300 metres she has to ski. That's a disappointing first visit. You just see how races hinge on these moments in the range.
Completely. It's what makes the para-biathlon and biathlon so fascinating, this marrying of the 2 different types of technique, getting into the range and just lowering the heart rate.
Kukla, one of the lefties. Well, maybe it's the wind, because to miss 2 straight up is unusual. The athletes have been in the range prior to the race, zeroing and getting used to the conditions. Oh my goodness, this is a disastrous start for Kukla.
Now that's an extra 400 metres, so 100-metre penalty loop per missed shot for the sitting athletes. That's compared to 150 for standing athletes. And now we see all of our starters coming into their first shoot. So next in is Wang here. Good start, 3 from 3.
Well done. And just to remind you, this isn't first across the line. This is a timed event after the interval start. So it's the winning time, not first across the line. So Wang heads out with no loops to do.
And so that was Dodeline, the youngster, the 18-year-old.
So the flags all around, quite busy. And the little red tails in the range itself, oh, some of them at horizontal. Zhai now of China, try and replicate the effort of Wang, who's racing around this course. Five quick breaths and settles. They really have their own pattern. Varies from athlete to athlete. This is very high altitude for biathlon, 1,600 meters or so, and in World Cup events they're usually down around 900 meters. So the air is thin, and they say the snow is slow, so it's doubly difficult. And throw in the wind, and this is a tough day. It's what they've been training for, waiting for. This is Masters.
Yeah.
And gets the lot, no surprise.
Absolutely, Oksana Masters hitting par, really. That's the kind of performance she expects in the range, and up and out quickly. And back into the race, Oksana Masters. No penalty loops there. But it's Shan, Wang and Zhai. China 1, 2 and 3 at present. Expect, of course, things to level out the deeper we get into this race, as Anja Vickert misses her first shot, the world champion.
Really, the time between rounds is also crucial. Gets a couple away quickly. Oh, 2 misses for Vickert.
Yeah, that's an extra 200 meters. That's a big deal for the world champ.
Shooting at the same time was Kendall Gretsch, and she hasn't had a miss, so that's very encouraging for the two Americans. Masters and Gretsch will be after another 1-2. They're getting some stiff competition today from Wang. Shan also in the frame. 11 seconds behind Masters, so it's Masters ahead of Gretsch at this stage, and Gretsch with a slightly factored time of 96%.
Well, concentrating on your own race and all that, but Anja Vickert will already be wondering if Masters and Gretsch can do her a favour in the second visit to the shooting range, because that a double penalty, really, the 200 extra metres that the world champ needs to ski, is going to take it out of her. So that's a real problem for the world champion from Germany, Anja Vickert. Masters and Gretsch, 1 and 2 for the United States at present. This is going to form, really. We knew the Americans would be strong. Can China pull a surprise?
Well, that's 2 of them there, Wang in 5 and Chu in 1, and I think that's the word, that's the expression. You need others to do you a favour. If you find yourself behind, it's very hard to catch up too many seconds out on the course. As we say, it's won and lost in the range, and then you start to rely on others to miss. Might be a favour they've done you, but they don't feel that themselves, as they go into a tight left-hander, and then one of the descents. There's a height difference of 22 metres around this course, a maximum climb of around 7 metres, and the total climbs, if you add them together, 44 metres, and each lap just under the 2 kilometres at 1,982 metres.
So Shan and Wang, we're at mid-race distance now. Then Chu currently in third place, but Masters and Gretsch are hot on the heels. Then it's Zhai and Anja Vickert way down the order. Durderlein, Laletina and Kukla, who had that disastrous first visit to the range with those 4 misses. Well, props up the pack at the moment.
So Shan is really the joker in the pack here. coming into these games, China with just one medal from 4 years ago. That was gold in curling. And they really have no great history in biathlon. Certainly Chu had a top 10 finish 4 years ago. Masters now back into top spot by 13.5 seconds. These checkpoints around the course are a big assistance for us. You see how they have to lean hard into the corner, keep their balance. You know, a tumble is really costly.
To the line. There, the third American, if you will, after the more fancied Masters. And Gretsch. There's the tuck, trying to pick up a bit of speed on the incline. Beg your pardon, that was Masters, wasn't it? With 10 on the bib. So, our leader, Oksana Masters.
Coming up alongside Kukla, who was out second and Masters 10th, so that gives you an idea of how much time she's made up. But Kukla, of course, had the 4 misses, so skied an extra couple of 100 metres, or 400 metres, in fact. In a 6K race, that's a chunky percentage that you're having to do extra. Now, Wang coming in. She gets these 5. She's really in a position to perhaps snag a medal. It's obviously worth taking that extra second or 3 rather than do the penalty loop. Not
Brilliant
quick, but
shooting.
straight. Yes,
fantastic.
Getting it done. Well, let's see how she goes around this final lap.
Wonder Wang. No missing from the Chinese para-biathlete here. And up and away after her second visit to the range. Now, what can Chu do?
Much better after 3 misses on the first visit. Chu gets the lot, and that'll give us some encouragement on this final lap. And speaking of the altitude and the thinner air, even that's a challenge at the range where they're trying to take those deep breaths, then stop breathing while they shoot. If they can't find the right angle of attack, then they're holding their breath for longer, understanding that the oxygen just sort of disappears from the body, and it takes quite some managing. Now, Masters. Can't miss. Must not miss for her medal chances.
Perfect in the first visit to the range.
It's great drama, isn't it? You don't need to say anything, just watch. The targets drop, how's the athlete going? Watch the chest moving, stopping. It's a wonderful sport to watch.
It really is. And then from that prone position, up and racing again, power through the arms, the poles into the snow. And it's going to take something really spectacular to deny Masters. Maybe Kendall Gretsch can do exactly that. Also clean in her first visit to the range. Cannot afford to miss to keep the pressure on her great friend and indeed idol. There's a lot made of just how much Kendall Gretsch admires Oksana Masters, and here she is, taking aim.
So Gretsch, 4 years ago, won it by just over 20 seconds from Masters, and a miss.
Ooh.
Costly. Well, got the last couple away quickly, save a couple of seconds there, but unfortunately there's a penalty loop to be done by Gretsch. It'll be a reversal of fortunes from 4 years ago. Still got some serious skiing to do, though.
That is the way it's looking at present, isn't it, with the ground to make up on Oksana Masters, plus the extra 100 metres in that dreaded penalty loop. So Oksana Masters, 2 silvers in Pyeongchang, up in the mountains of Alpenzia 4 years ago in Biathlon. She won a pair of golds in the cross-country, para-cross-country in Pyeongchang. And of course in the summer Paralympic Games as well. Para-rowing a decade ago in London, and 2 para-cycling golds last year in Tokyo. Quite spectacular. This is Kukla, 4 misses in the first visit to the range and then 2 in the second. So an extra 600 metres on top of what she's required to complete anyway in terms of race distance. That's a big disappointment for the pole. Yeah,
that's an extra 10% adding to race distance for her, and that's how crucial it is to be on top of both sides of this sport, the skiing and the shooting. Masters, Shan and Gretsch, USA, China, USA. Can this be the first medal of the Games for the host nation and the first in Nordic skiing? Certainly got herself in position to do it. 2 Americans doing as expected, featuring at the top of the leaderboard, Masters and Gretsch, but they've got some fierce company. Shan and Wang doing it nicely for China.
Yeah, and helped as well by their calmness in the shoot. Shan and Wang, no misses between them. And Chu with a decent ski, but her 3 misses in the first visit to the range has undermined her progress. You're watching the athlete that we expect to come in. There are still variables, and plenty of them, in between now and the end of this race. It's a kilometre to go, but it's looking very good for Oksana Masters. This is where it starts to burn and hurt.
Now, the 32-year-old has done hundreds, probably thousands of kilometres in training. Of course she has, and in various sports to, I don't know, keep her interest in competitive sport. Mix it up. Cycling, rowing. And will it be the first medal of the Games for the United States? The USA topped the medal table in Pyeongchang. They'll be expecting to get their share in the Nordic skiing, men and women. So Masters won't be the first to finish, but she may have the quickest time. Jai 2.5 minutes behind the time of Masters coming through his checkpoint. Jai Yushin.
Yeah, Masters, Shan, Wang and Chu, but the Gretsch is going to move up into the conversation too. Still a terrific showing here from our Chinese the biathletes. Shan and Wang, absolutely superb, but even Jai with just the 1 miss.
Well, Chu here for China, after 3 misses at the first stop, got 5 out of 5 with the second, and will be coming down to the line. She had an 8th in Pyeongchang and could well finish higher at these games. And now coming into view, Oksana Masters has cleaned up the field here. She's been so quick, so efficient. And she's on the heels of Chu Bei.
Yeah.
This could be a very impressive first outing for her.
Completely. And by the way, Anja Wicker, absolutely nowhere, the world champion from Germany. She actually beat Oksana Masters in that sprint event in Lillehammer just 8 weeks or so ago.
The winning time 4 years ago for Gretsch, 21 minutes 52. And she's got to get inside Shahn's 21.06. It's coming down to the line. She's certainly going to do that. Not by too much. But here is now the time to beat, 20:51.2.
Oksana Masters, an absolutely fantastic performance. Quick in the ski and clean in the range. And she is spent. Looking like a gold medal display.
She likes it. She has a look at the big screen to see where everyone else is. Joy, relief, pride. And as you say, they've left nothing out there.
She likes it. She really does.
But I think she knows now she can't be beaten. That's the feeling she has. We'll wait.
So, Shahn, Wang, Picton moving up as well.
This could be an historic moment for China.
Yeah, it really could. It's been a fabulous display. Much has been made of their intensive Nordic training up at the Mundenjang facility.
Well, here's the time that matters. In comes Kendall Gretsch. And she's going to surrender second position now. And 22.22 for Wang. We've got Shahn in second place at the moment. And you just see how much it hurt Gretsch to have that one miss, that extra 100 metres.
That's all it takes, isn't it? That's all it takes, a single miss in the range when your great rival shoots clean.
So it looks like a third position for her. She's still got a few seconds to get there ahead of Wang's time of 22.22. But she's well outside Masters. Shahn in second place at the moment. In she comes in third, Kendall Gretsch.
Well, that crucial miss undermined her. It meant she had to ski extra distance with all the energy that takes out of you, in addition to what's required in terms of the 6 kilometre ski anyway. So Masters, Shahn and Gretsch down into third place at present.
China with 3 in the top 5 at the moment. But it looks to be a victory for Oksana Masters. Wait for the official standings, of course, but incoming now is Kukla of Poland. Had some troubles with the rifle. A total of 6 misses. Had 4 athletes come through with 10 out of 10. Masters, Shahn, Wang and Picton of Canada.
Yeah, so Shahn and this is Kukla, the 25-year-old. 6 misses all told. And well, that ruined any chance really of being competitive at the front end of this contest. This women's sprint sitting event in the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022.
Kukla coming down in just under the half hour. Almost 8.5 minutes behind Masters. So some work to do with the rifle, perhaps. Make a huge difference to her placing and time. Here's Vicker. And the German pushing hard. He had 3 misses.
Yeah, not panned out the way she would have wanted. There's extra 300 metres for Anja Vicker, and it hasn't happened for her as it did at the recent Lillehammer World Champs. It was a right old sprint finish, that, Vicker and Masters, in that event in Norway earlier this year.
She's been to 6 World Championships, and at 30 is well positioned to keep going and chalk up some more good results. Vicker is going to be just outside the medals in 5th.
Yep. Still Oksana Masters. Now letting it to come in, but we know our medalists, and fantastic performance by the Chinese in this event.
Well, a tearful Masters. Of course, born in Ukraine, representing the United States. What might she be feeling?
And what a 6 months it's been for her. Just hours after that last race in Tokyo, already changing up the workouts and preparing for the transition for cycling to skiing. And here, a brilliant gold medal to get the para biathlon up and running here at Beijing 2022 after those 2 silvers 4 years ago in Pyeongchang and the 2 golds in para cross country in Korea Republic. Oksana Masters is a Winter Paralympic champion in the para biathlon. Masters, the master, undisputed.
Oh, just so you know, Oksana's about to ask you if she needs to go to the finish. But you were too fast. You were already in the finish zone when I saw you. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, sorry. Can I hand you that?
Still in a state of disbelief, it seems.
Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm, baby.
And what about this?
Yeah.
Shan, the 20-year-old from China, a quite extraordinary and magnificent silver medal for the host nation. Clean in the chute and a fabulous ski as well.
So Masters, well, the winner today in this field had to shoot clean, and she did. But she's got the endurance, she's got the technique, she's got the experience. I just feel there's a massive outpouring of mixed emotions. You know, the build up to these games.
Please come here. If you are able, of course, can you help her?
That's for certain, I think.
It's been requested for possibly some interviews or some photos.
And of course, no wonder, the upgrade from the silver in Pyeongchang. And now it's a medal won at another Winter Paralympic Games. She won a silver and a bronze in cross-country skiing in Sochi 8 years ago as well, did Oksana Masters. And Laletina comes in last place here, the 19-year-old Ukrainian.
Good to see all 11 starters finishing the race.
I say last place, she's our last finisher. Of course, with the factored time, she's going to beat Kukla's mark. So Laletina comes in 10th place, and that is our last finisher in the women's sprint sitting category. The first race to begin the para biathlon here at the 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. Masters was magisterial, and it's a magical gold medal for the American.
There it is then, Oksana Masters in 20 minutes 51.2. And Shan Yilin not far behind, and that is an historic medal in this discipline for China. And third to Kendall Gretsch, US 1 and 3. China second. Chu Beibei, another 8th place, as she had 4 years ago. So sunny skies at Zhangjiakou. Things getting readiness for the first of the men's events. Men's sprint. In the sitting category. Shouldn't be far away. So some quick adjustments being made. I think this is to recognise athletes. We're just getting bibs correct. We're calling a recognition ceremony to pull together our place getters in the first event, the women's sprint sitting.
Yeah, no surprise to see those two Americans, Masters and Gretsch, in amongst and on the podium. Kendall Gretsch with the bronze medal. She was the champion in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. It was a great battle again with her friend and teammate Oksana Masters, but the big story surely is the 20-year-old Shan Yi-Lin, who wins a sensational, a superb silver medal for the host nation, China. And then the grand dame, if you like, Oksana Masters, multi-talented athlete, whether in the Summer Paralympic Games or the Winters. Oksana Masters has another gold medal.
Big expectations on her, from the nation and from herself. And she's delivered. It's turned it around from 4 years ago when she had to take second behind Kendall Gretsch. This time she wins it. And Shan Yi-Lin of China joins the medal party. Those medals to be awarded at a later ceremony. Congratulations to the three of them, Masters, Shan and Gretsch.
Second event of 6 on the opening day of Para-Biathlon at these 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. And it's the sprint event in the men's sitting category. Daniel Knossen, only 14th in Lillehammer, needs a big lift to defend his Pyeongchang title. We have 20 competitors on the start line here from 8 nations. Look deeper down the order and you find our potential medalists. Taras Rad, Vasil Kravchuk, real big favourites here. And Aaron Pike, the 35-year-old American, partner of Oksana Masters. And what a day it could be for that duo. So first to go here from Kazakhstan. Sergei Asoltsev. So our starters going out at time intervals.
And Wang next to go for China.
Yep. So again, good Chinese representation in this men's sitting race. Xu, Wang, we've got Liu and Liu Jie to come. So wearing bib 29 from the strong Ukrainian delegation. This is Alexander Aleksik, just 17, and wants to put in a good show. He was 15th in this event in the recent world champs in Lillehammer. Cross-country skier as well. Of course, our athletes here will be competing in para-biathlon and the cross-country, which is to come a little later in these Paralympic Games.
Colin Cameron of Canada. In 30, got a good beard going. See if he can keep the ice out of it. The 33-year-old from Canmore, bronze in the relay 4 years ago.
Yeah, bib 31, and they're coming out of the start gate quick and fast now. This is Scott Mina, the 32-year-old Glaswegian. Big, burly, strong character, was earmarked for the para rowing squad around about 7-8 years ago. He transferred his skill set to the para-biathlon and cross-country. 13th was his best showing in the para-biathlon 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. An 18th place in the sitting. Well, we're looking at Kamitov, the Kazakhstani Yerbal Kamitov, out on the course. 35-year-old Ukrainian Pavlo Bal. The Ukrainians have such a deep bench, as they say in basketball, in the para-biathlon, and looking to hoover up medals here in Beijing. Next to go Liu Mengtao. Just 20, Liu, from the host nation. Again, he's been part of that intensive training camp up in the mountains. And looking to follow the lead from the women's race, where China were able to get on the podium. Now then, Daniel Knossen, can he upgrade his form from Lillehammer, just at 14th at the recent World Champs, and needs that big improvement to defend the title. What, over 7.5 kilometers actually in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Comes from Topeka in Kansas, 41 years young now. Daniel Knossen, he's had a long and hugely distinguished career. Likewise, this guy, Shin, from Korea. Shin A-hyun, another of the older guard, shall we say, can teach the younger guns a thing or two at 41. So in cross-country sitting, he was a gold medalist in the middle distance event, and that was a hugely emotional return for him at home 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. But it's all happening out there on the track here at Zhangjiakou, and we're in the first shooting range. This is Zhu Yufeng wearing bib 23 for the Chinese.
A couple of misses, well, 3 in fact for Zhu, so this is a big setback for him. And the first stop, well, that's a scream of disappointment and frustration with himself.
Good start by Asaltsev, who's shot clear in his first visit to the range. Kamitov in there, the second Brit in the event. Calendar Boys as well gets into that prone position and gets the rifle tucked into the shoulder. So it's Asaltsev, early leader, but expect to see those names and the yellow and blue of the Ukrainian flag, Rad and Kravchuk, getting in amongst it. Bal and Alexic too.
Aaron Pike, along with Knossen, hoping to carry the US to some kind of result here. 35-year-old from Champaign, Illinois. It's a good name for a town. His third Paralympic Winter Games. Had a 6th in the biathlon in the 15K in Pyeongchang.
So Vasil Kravchuk, silver medalist in the World Champs. Only one to come, and that's his compatriot Rad, Taras Rad, to come next. But Kravchuk and Rad will be fighting it out, no question here, at the front end of this race. So Kravchuk from Lviv, silver medalist at the Worlds. Taras Rad had a fabulous Games in Pyeongchang. He made his Winter Paralympic debut at the age of just 18 and got on the podium as well. Second Games at just 22, and what a future he has ahead of him. Gold medalist in the middle distance event 4 years ago, the 12.5, just off the podium in this event, the 7.5 kilometre sprint. The distances have been altered slightly in between Pyeongchang and now.
So a couple of misses there for Wang. Usseltov still with the time to beat through this stage. And still the breeze blowing strongly from the west. See those national flags in the background indicating what a challenge it is in the range. They've had time to set their sights before competition. Alexic has his name on the rifle. He's got his name on a miss, unfortunately. Two misses.
Difficult to make up.
It messes with the mind too. Now, have I still got a chance? How do I claw my way back from this? I know that there'll be competitors out there shooting clean.
Four from five for Cameron in his first visit to the range. The 33-year-old Colin Cameron. And he's been on the podium in both para-biathlon and cross-country at the Pyeongchang in the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. And this sprint event, Cameron was third 4 years ago, and in the 15K individual there was a bronze as well. There is a real depth of quality in this field.
A little bit of traffic coming in and out of the penalty loop there. You need to give way or at least avoid a collision. As Bale comes in for Ukraine. Yorovyi with the best time exiting the range the first time. 6:38.7. So needs to get busy. Clock ticking away on the right. Might have been, it didn't show up clearly as to what that final result was, but hear the wind whistling across the effects microphones in the range.
So Kravchuk and Rad wearing bib 40. Teres Rab at middle distance, a champion para-biathlete from Pyeongchang, fourth in the other events. There he goes, great pace on him, the 22-year-old. Incline after that sharp left-hander. And Shin in the range, already with one miss. Make that two. That's a real shame for Shin. So 2 penalties after that first visit to the range.
Yeah, he's a bit of a star in Korea with his cross-country victory 4 years ago in Korea. But, a lot of these athletes are competing, obviously, in both disciplines, cross-country and biathlon. Makes for a busy program. Liu now.
Yep, getting prone. Is bib 37, Liu Zhishu. Liu, Wang, Liu and Zhu, 4 Chinese para-biathletes in this particular event. You're watching the men's sprint sitting event, the second of 6 events on the opening day of the para-biathlon competition at Beijing 2022.
Liu got that done very quickly, and he's going to exit the range in a very handy time. Now that they've got this facility, it's only going to be a matter of time, if not now, that we see China emerging as a biathlon and cross-country parasport nation. And Liu, 6:36, so he's got a couple of seconds up his sleeve. Well, that's a marvellous first lap and shoot. Pike now. good.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
From Pike. Well, they're surely confident of helping themselves to a good haul of medals here in Beijing. The US, the Nordic team made up of 6 women, 7 men, and 1 guide for the VI athletes. Taras Rad now a miss, and his first shot down into the range. Recovery shooting was there.
Well, an economical shoot in terms of time spent in the prone position, but another 100 metres to do. He's not completely out of it because he's very quick. He had some seconds up his sleeve as he took position on the mat.
Seems that Kravchuk has shot clean as well, so he's stolen a march here on Taras Rad as the world champs silver medalist Kravchuk. Zhu with 3 misses.
Total of 7 misses. This is a bad day with the rifle, unfortunately, for the Chinese competitor. A couple of his teammates, though, doing very nicely.
Yep. And so down in the range, that's Wong, our second career Republic athlete in this race, and then
Wang Tao coming in.
Yep. The 25-year-old. Confirmation there, 4 misses for Kamitov, 3 for Zhu, and 1 for Wong in his second visit to the range. So Wang missed twice on his first.
There's a range of breathing patterns there. It's really interesting to watch. He either took 1 or 3 breaths between shots, but gets it done well.
So Shin A-hyun riding with now wearing bib 35, 41 years young, but he's had a stellar career. He really has. Would love to get amongst the Winter Paralympic medals in biathlon. 3 fifth-place finishes in the individual, the middle, and this sprint event 4 years ago. It was in the cross-country where he really brought the house down at home in Pyeongchang. A 2-time bronze medalist at the World Champs in para-biathlon. You see the flags ripping around there. Gives you an idea of how difficult it is. And indeed, those targets you see to the right of your picture, 10 metres away from the shooting range. But although the distance between shooter and target is reduced from the Winter Games events, well, 10 metres, there's still 10 metres, isn't it? There's enough wind can swirl around inside there and take your shot off course.
If it was easy, they wouldn't be missing any. Alexic now. Missed 4 in total, 2 on this visit. So another couple of 100 metres to ski in the loop. This also comes in Pavlo Bal of Ukraine. 32, out on the course, 40 is Taras Rad. So 20 seconds behind Liu.
Yeah.
It's just such a bonus to get your 5 from 5. Takes a nice tight line on that left-hander, though.
Needs to pick it up. Does the still young gun. He was even younger in Pyeongchang. Announced himself as a real star and one for the future in this sport. Closing ceremony flag bearer as well in 2018 was Taras Rad. This is where it all gets very, very interesting indeed. Exiting the range, that's Knossen wearing bib 34. And now Liu gets low. So one miss in the first visit to the range. Liu Mengtao, the 20-year-old.
Liu Zishu and Liu Mengtao, just to confuse us a little. We got them sorted here.
Yeah, it's Zishu at the range, isn't it? Liu Zishu, he's shot clean, 5 from 5. Great shooting. And then 37, that's Liu. Coming out of the range, and then bib 35 Shin after 5 misses all told. And that's extra energy, that's extra power he needs to find to overcompensate for the extra meters forced to ski because of the misses in the range.
Liu Zishu has put himself into a potential high place finish. Flag of Germany. Missed one on the first visit, but not the second.
Yeah, Flag, a 32-year-old, the long-distance champion from Pyeongchang, by the way, the German, Martin Flag. Now, Pike, his second visit to the shooting range. Shot clean on his first.
Trouble settling. See how efficiently the next cartridge is loaded in. One quick flick. Oh, missed though for Pike.
Well, that's a problem for him. And then Rad, hot on his heels. Rad, he was clean on his second visit to the range. Now, that was absolutely critical. So, Kravchuk, 2 misses. Absolute nightmare. Oh, 3 misses for Kravchuk.
Oh, that's him potentially out of the frame for medals.
It really is. And he would have been hopeful, certainly, for a medal here. Gunning for gold, potentially. Kravchuk, the world champs silver medalist, actually beat Taras Rad in Lillehammer 8 weeks ago. But that's a disastrous second visit to the range. So a massive opportunity here for Rad to push on. And the door left open as well for Knossen.
Yeah.
Liu and Wang 1 and 3 at present for China.
He manages that climb and then hard into a left-hander. The body's aching and you've got to keep control for the tight bend that then it's quickly into a descent. They throw everything at you on this course. But Liu doing a great job for China. That's at the second shoot. Liu Zishu from Xi'an. This is where it can also get tricky when 3 or 4 skiers find themselves together, making sure you've got clear snow in front and around you. Liu. Well, 1 gold medal in Pyeongchang, and that was in curling. And they're really starting to come through. It's clear from their form at Zhangjiakou that they've been training well and they've been well coached. Plenty of time in the range, plenty of time to get used to these conditions.
Bit of a correction, he just about kept it together there, Liu. I thought he was going to overcook it and end up on his side.
Just doesn't get down into the most efficient position, really, and had an opportunity to tuck down and get low. But the mind and body, I understand if they're tiring, but he's giving it everything.
Lovely shot down the course there. So Liu being chased down. That's Alexic behind him. Those skis are clipped to the bottom of the chair, the fixed seats, and the athletes help design the entire apparatus here. As long as you keep it within, of course, race guidelines. The equipment is tailored to each individual athlete's specific capability. They're involved in the development of the equipment.
1933 is the finish time to beat at the moment. Liu Mengtao of China has that time, and Wang Tao and Colin Cameron of Canada. But these times are going to change.
Well, Knossen fourth, and he's going to be lifting past fourth into something approaching second place, I think, here as well.
So Liu is going to come in and displace his namesake. Liu Siju crosses in 18:51.5, and he's 42 seconds ahead of Liu Mengtao. Well, this would be a turn up. But 10 out of 10 with the rifle, and that does you a huge favour. Knossen still out on the course. At the moment, it's China 1-2.
And after Shan Yilin's silver in the women's sprint, this could be a quite phenomenal morning for the host nation at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. But still, plenty of racing to be done here. But it's going to be so tight coming up to the line. Kravchuk, big surprise. And that's left the door open for Taras Rad here. One miss in the first visit to the range.
Coming down, 18:51.5 to beat. He's at 18:30 almost. He's got to give it everything here, Rad. Is he going to run out of seconds? He's not going to run out of desire.
Well, Taras Rad giving it everything coming up to the line. The middle distance champion from Alpenzia 4 years ago. So outside of Liu's time of 18:51. Big stories being written out on the course here at Zhangjiakou on the opening morning of Para Biathlon at Beijing 2022.
So he's 17 seconds outside the gold medal place, held at the moment by Liu Zishu. And of each other, the little fist bump. That was Liu Mengtao, 33.
So Liu, Rad, and in third place Liu Mengtao at present, and they wait and wonder. Pike and Kravchuk still to finish.
Some serious leaning into the curve. Make sure you don't lose it back into the tracks again. And serious focus. They're not telescopic lenses, telescopic sights on these rifles. Great job done so far. Liu Zishu, he'll have other events to come. But this would be a little piece of Paralympic Winter Games history if he holds on.
So we're waiting for Kravchuk, but Liu and Liu with Rad splitting the two Chinese athletes. Wow.
Nossen's just finished out of the medals. He's fourth.
Yeah, he's come in 102 down on Liu Zishu.
Yeah, we've got Liu Zishu and Liu Mengtao, 1 and 3, split by Taras Rad.
So here's Kravchuk, our last finisher. And after Cameron's time there.
Yeah, so he's well outside the top 5 is Kravchuk. He's come down to the line, so the top 3 aren't going to be disturbed. Well, what a day. What a story.
What? Well, incredible. Plenty was made of their high-intensity training up in the mountains, the Chinese para-biathlon squad. And as Kravchuk gives a little wave to the camera, that hard work is paying off when it matters on race day. In the women's event and here in the men's sprint sitting, the host nation, China, are absolutely dominant. 2 of their athletes on the podium. Liu Zishu with the gold medal, and bib 33, Liu Mengtao with the bronze. In between them, that's the Ukrainian Taras Rad. Great racing.
Well, it's already a well-told story how challenging it was for the Ukraine team to get here. The head of delegation said, just give us 24 hours and we will rise like a phoenix. And Taras Rad has performed wonderfully well to come in second, to split the 2 Chinese competitors, Liu Zishu and Liu Mengtao. But to get a first and a third when they've never medaled before in para-biathlon, or cross-country for that matter, there's a lot going on at this new facility.
There really is. And what more can be achieved over this week of racing in the cross-country and the biathlon? Absolutely brilliant. China 1 and 3 with Liu Zishu and Liu Mengtao. Taras Rad, silver medal here for the middle distance champion from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. A little further down the order, Shin unable to replicate his cross-country heroics from Pyeongchang, finishes in 12th place. Yarovi Bao and Alexei Kravchuk as well, finishing outside the medals. Rad for Ukraine, though, with the silver. China having a fabulous day on the first day of the para-biathlon here at Beijing 2022.
Conditions look a little more benign than they really are. The testing wind, especially in the range, has sorted out a few competitors. Shortly, we should have a recognition ceremony for our place getters. I hope you can stand by for that. Well, out come the athletes. Someone giving Liu Zishu a big hug before he makes his way out for this little recognition ceremony, which is a nice touch. Medals will come at a future time, but right now, there's no denying this is an historic day for China in a sport where they've not enjoyed medal success before. They're picking up 2 here, gold and bronze, but let's just recognise the placings for the moment. Realise what's happened here.
Absolutely. China ripping up the form book on day 1 of the Nordic events at these Winter Paralympic Games. So we see the man in the middle there, the main man, Liu Zishu, gold medal champion, and then to his left, Liu Mengtao, the bronze.
Yes, he's 20 years of age from Mandan.
"41 seconds down when all was calculated behind our victor. Taras Rad has come second here, silver medal for the 22-year-old, another Winter Paralympic medal after his middle distance gold from Pyeongchang.
Rad's 1 miss and only 17.5 seconds behind Liu Zishu. Realise how important that is. And Liu Zishu can be around for a while if he wants to at 24. Peak sometimes in the late 20s, early 30s.
Fantastic performance and such composure on both visits to the shooting range as well. He didn't miss a shot, he didn't miss a trick all race. And this is the gold medalist in the men's sprint sitting event here on the first day up in the mountains. And what a day China have had already, 2 races in. Women's silver medalist in the sitting and 2 on the podium in the men's. And Liu Mengtao with the bronze and Liu Zishu there wearing 37, our brilliant champion.
Taras Rad well rugged up and a good second place. It's pretty chilly at Zhangjiakou. Shui Rongrong, the mascot for these Paralympic Winter Games, resembling a lantern. Good racing already at Zhangjiakou. So a good scene up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. Good racing in biathlon and more to come. We hope you'll stay with us for the Games of Beijing 2022.
My name is Ted Nordic, I'm your English announcer today. And coming up next, we have the women's sprint standing competition. 6 kilometers, 2 shooting bouts. We're going to have 50 competitors beginning for a Paralympic medal.
女士们、先生们，欢迎来到国家冬季两项中心观看北京冬残奥会冬季两项的比赛。即将进行的比赛项目是残奥冬季两项女子短距离站姿组的比赛。全场比赛共有16位参赛运动员，比赛将在12点15开始。我是本场比赛的中国播报员徐畅。下面，让我们把话筒交给现场安心朱晨婷。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Biathlon Center in Chile, Georgia, for the athlete event of Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. 回到22冬残奥会冬季两项中心的比赛现场，我这边安徽陈明，你们好吗？谢谢邀请。接下来我们有一群非常可爱的孩子们也来到我们的舞台现场，接下来让我们用掌声有请我们的啦啦队登场 ，Let's welcome。在这动作的时刻，一步向前，轻轻感受，所有努力都值得，继续努力。为了那不足的我，不去伤口，不点错落，有时感觉有希望。不是感觉，不是的期待。 position here for the women's sprint standing. Again, we are in an interval start competition, so all of our starters will start in 30-second interval. And at the end of the competition, it's the triathlete who's got the most the last time. He will be the winner of the gold medalist. We're going to have 3 2-kilometer teams and 2 shooting bouts. In Paralympic, the rifles are always at the wing. The athletes do not ski with the rifle. They'll be using an air rifle, and the target will be 10 meters away. Every missed shot will result in 1 flat for penalty loop. In standing, sprint and standing Paralympic, the penalty loop is 150 meters.
这场比赛共有16位参赛运动员，比赛将在12点15开始。下面由我来简单为您介绍一下本场比赛的比赛规则。在女子短距离赛中，选手单个出发，出发的计时时间为30秒。比赛距离为6公里，所用赛道是2公里赛道。每位选手要划出3圈，中间共进行2次射击。站姿组运动员将采用坐姿进行射击。比赛中，站姿组的运动员使用10米气步枪，每一轮的射击，运动员只有5发子弹，无废子弹。在5发子弹全部打出后，选手就可以出法跑。选手每次进行出法之后，则需要到靶场各处的雪道进行150米滑圈。然后对参赛运动员根据残疾程度不同，所属不同分级。比赛成绩为运动员的实际用时、团体所在体育技术用时最少的选手获得最终的胜利。
to the Jiangsu National Biathlon Center, and in just a few minutes we will be starting the women's sprint standing.
Event 3 on day 1 of the Nordic programme at the 2022 Beijing Winter Paralympic Games is the women's standing sprint event. Another fascinating para-biathlon contest on the way at the Zhangjiakou facility here. The best part of 200 kilometres northwest of Beijing, up in the mountains on a crisp sunny day as we move into the second of the 3 athlete categorisations. The standing athletes for competitors with either hand impairments who ski without ski poles or who have leg problems, meaning they race with prostheses or problems bending the knee, thus racing with the aid of ski poles. So we're going to kick off first here with the women's race, followed by the men's. It's already been a terrific day of racing up in the mountains. Beautiful conditions. Okay, it's a little bit windy, but so bright here. Clear, open skies. We look at the weather conditions: -8 air temperature, -11 snow temperature, hard-packed snow as well up in the hills here.
Those conditions very important. It dictates what the wax technicians might be applying to the skis. It's the women's sprint, and we've got 16 starters from 6 nations. It is windy here because there are wind turbines on top of some of the hills nearby. Might get a view of those at some point, but a strong contingent from both Ukraine and China make up more than half the field here. 5 for Ukraine, 4 for China. Dani Arovich of the United States there, the sole competitor there. One also from Poland. And Yulia Batankova-Bauman, a really experienced Ukrainian who may feature here. The factor on the right there tells you how much percentage of their actual time is their given time. And you can see the flags are pretty busy here. It's going to make it difficult for them in the range. We've already seen that today. Can be a challenge. They get an opportunity to test their rifles, test the conditions. But in race time, well, the wind can shift and your heart is pounding. The folks here are pretty well rugged up today.
Yep, indeed, and we expect Ukraine to be strong here. 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the recent World Championships in Lillehammer in this event, the sprint event in the standing class for the women. They had 4 of the top 5 as well. In Lillehammer, it was Konarova from Lyashenko, from Batankova, Bauman, the 1, 2 and 3 at the recent World Champs. We know that there are no Russian or Belarusian athletes in this event, so Ukraine have a wide open field ahead of them to hoover up some medals. Already here in the mountains of Zhangjiakou, it's been a fantastic day for the host nation, China, and they have competitors here with Li and Wang and Zhao and Gu Yuji at 17 years of age, the youngest in the field, one of the youngest athletes actually across all the disciplines here at the Winter Paralympic Games for China. But it's Ukraine here who expect to get amongst the medals, and plenty of them as well.
Yeah, Lyudmila Lyashenko, bronze medalist in 2018 behind 2 athletes from the Russian Paralympic Committee. But she won't have to deal with those athletes today, but a very strong improvement. In fact, China had no athletes in the field in this event 4 years ago. But not only will they lead them out with their first competitor, but they've got good contenders here, it would seem. They've been making use of this great facility, and we're just a few seconds away from a start.
26-year-old Li Huiling gets us underway then in the women's sprint standing event. Day 1 of the para-biathlon here is all about the sprint queens and kings. This is the standing category, and we've got the men's race to come later, over 6 kilometres. This is the women racing 3 loops of the 2-kilometre track.
Abe Ulrika, 26 years of age, had a couple of top 10 placings in biathlon in Pyeongchang. It's her third Paralympic Winter Games. She's had top 10s as well in cross country. And as we've mentioned, and will continue to do so because you'll continue to see them. A lot of them race in both cross country and biathlon. And got a good rhythm going.
Well, 2 of the 4 Chinese racers in this event are teenagers. This is one of them, Wang Ruo, just 18. Big deal for her. It was her big ambition to make the team here and get racing at Beijing 2022, and she's in the field.
Takajima Momoko, 47 years young, from Niigata, her 5th Paralympic Winter Games. Plenty of top 10s in both biathlon and cross country. No medals yet, but hope springs eternal. 3 medals at the World Championships, though.
So 2 Chinese, 2 Japanese away. Next, from the United States, this is Danny Adamich from Boise, Idaho. First world champs was in Lillehammer just 8 weeks ago. 10th in this event, the sprint event, to 8th place finishes in the middle distance, and the individual best result was in the mixed 4x2.5 relay, where the United States quartet was 4th.
Zhao Shiqing, 24-year-old from this area, Zhangjiakou. Starts off diagonally to the race course and then sets off with a great rhythm. So she's found her true value through sport. Nice rhythm too.
Next to go, Guo Yuji. They think of her as something of a trailblazer, the 17-year-old. Next out of the start gate for China. She won 3 gold medals and 3 silvers at China's 11th National Para Games last year in 2021, and carried the flag into the Olympic Stadium at the opening ceremony of these Winter Paras.
So we'll check their progress around the course. We've got numerous checkpoints, both close to the range and a kilometre out.
Yeah, so that's Li Huiling making good haste. She was first away, followed by Abe and then Wang. So it's an opportunity to put clear, open snow in between yourself and the rest of the field at the start of this race. Bib 52, that's Abe Yurika of Japan with Dekajima. Trying to close in with Wang Ruo, who was 3rd off the start as well. We've seen a few more start. Connor Shook, Yvette Fad on the pole, and Emily Young from Canada.
So there's that checkpoint just showing you that Abe is 17 seconds down on the time of Lee at that point.
So Emily Young next to go. 3 Canadians in this race. Natalie Wilkie to come, Brittany Hudak, but first it's the 31-year-old Young from Kelowna, British Columbia. Great experience. She was there in Pyeongchang. Pair of 7th place finishes in the sprint and the individual, but got on the podium in Pyeongchang in cross country in the mixed 4x2.5 relay, and there was a bronze in the 7.5 classic standing as well.
Next to go is Hudak. Brittany Hudak of Canada. So got such great access to wonderful facilities throughout Canada. You think of the athletes from British Columbia or Alberta. British Columbia, where Vancouver is situated.
Now, still to come, the big guns from Ukraine. Alexandra Kononova, 44 Winter Paralympic or World Championship medals. An extraordinary palmares, 22 of them gold. She's the world champion. She led home the quartet that finished in the first 4 places just 8 weeks ago in Lillehammer.
Well, Natalie Wilkie, something of a star in Canada. Gold, silver and bronze medals in cross-country in Pyeongchang as just a 17-year-old. A little stronger, a little bit more mature and more experienced. Wonder what she can do across these games. Beijing, Zhangjiakou.
Now, can Canada get amongst the Ukrainians and really shake up the front of the field? This is Yulia Batinkova-Bauman getting her campaign in her 5th games underway. 6 world champs medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers, 2 bronzes. Again, extraordinary a roll call, heaving trophy cabinet going all the way back to Vancouver in 2010. Multiple medals in cross-country and biathlon.
Irina Bui, 26-year-old from Vinnytsia in Ukraine. 3rd Paralympic Winter Games for her. A couple of 4th placings in biathlon in Pyeongchang. Gee, she'd just like to change that slightly and get amongst the top 3. And has the credentials to do it. Gold medalist at World Championships.
And talking of the world champs, it was a silver for Lyashenko behind Kononova, ahead of Batinkova-Bauman in Lillehammer. Pyeongchang bronze medalist in the sprint event. This is her 3rd Winter Paralympics. Well, we love to talk about narratives, don't we, and construct little stories around these events. It's just Ukraine. Can they sweep the medals? They did so in the World Champs. Bigger test entirely here at the Winter Paralympic Games. Can they carry that form on? And as well as the top 3, it was Bui finishing in 4th place as well. So it's a big ask for the likes of Natalie Wilkie. But maybe this fresh mountain air that's been so inspiring the Chinese, the local athletes on this first morning of the para-biathlon, can that carry them into medal positions in this race? This is the women's sprint standing event at Beijing 2022.
Starting to come into the range, and 56 there, Zhao. First of a couple of shoots. They've got 3 2-kilometre laps to do, punctuated by these 2 visits to the range. Arovic, 55, 57 coming in also. Guo Yuji.
Yeah, Wang Ruo shot clear. Li Huiling with 1 miss, so that's a penalty loop for her. And this is the challenge, just lowering the heart rate to get into the prone position and find that composure needed to get on target with the rifle.
Just took a little longer over that last shot, but it was accurate. Nevertheless, 100 metres extra to ski there, unfortunately for Zhao. Athletes with a limb deficiency are obviously allowed to use that rest to support the rifle. Konashuk. It's a risk-reward equation for how long they take to settle over the target. Take a lot longer than 3 seconds to ski 100 metres, so a little extra time spent over an accurate shot is time well spent.
Yeah, that's a penalty loop for Konashuk then. And Iveta Faron coming in. So bib 58, Connor Shook exits the first shooting stage. And Faron clear so far. Excellent, good, clean sweep in the first visit to the range for the Pole, Iveta Faron.
15th in 2018. It's interesting, 9 competitors are back from the field of 4 years ago.
Lyashenko.
Young of Canada now. Oh, good job. Sets it up nicely for the second lap. Plenty of confidence around the course. Hudak. Canadians shooting back-to-back. They set out one after the other as well, 30 seconds apart. Hudak's got a miss, though.
Yeah, 4 from 5. That's a shame.
You see here what a great job the assistants and course officials do to prepare each lane for what's needed for that particular athlete. The rifle, the rest. That's unfortunate for Kononova there.
Yeah, that's the world champion having an absolute nightmare in her first visit to the range. Well, that's a chance of a gold on the line already for Kononova. Too much now to make up. Those 3 penalty loops required for the 3 misses.
What's happening here for Wilkie? We're not getting a complete read. Oh, is there a malfunction? Oh, no. Oh, it's not really clear what's happened there, but she's certainly headed for the penalty loop.
Batinkova Baumann now. World champs, bronze medalist. See the struggle to get that breathing under control. And she's missed her final shot there, so that'll be a penalty loop for Batinkova Baumann. And the Ukrainians not having it all their own way, far from it here after that first visit to the range.
Only a handful of the competitors have been able to get 5 from 5. I think the wind really is a factor. You see it whistling across the bib there on the back of Lyashenko. One with the experience, though, not to let it trouble her. Let's see. There's a miss. Oh, and 2 misses. That could be enough to counter out.
Absolutely. And after the problems Kononova had with her first visit to the shooting range as well, this is now a wide open event.
China's 1, 2, 4 and 5 at the moment. It's early days. And a lot can change very quickly, as we know.
Well, there's something in the mountain air here on this first day of the Parabiathlon. There really is, after the success the Chinese have had already in the first 2 events. 3 medals, no less. A gold, silver and a bronze in the sitting events for the men and women. Well, just channel this momentum. Take it on, run with it. That's what the Chinese are doing with Li Huiling and Guo Yuji here.
Well, the standings change very quickly. I said 4 out of the top 5, but it changes in the blink of an eye, depending on who exits the range in what position. But we've still got Zhao and Guo top of the heap. As through goes Abe Yurika of Japan. Past the shadows starting to lengthen. It's coming up to only 12:30 in the afternoon. It is winter.
We had just 4 athletes shoot clear in that first visit. Faron, Young, Arovich and Wang Uruo. So this is a terrific leveller going into the second half of this race. 54 and 52 there, Dekajima, Momoko and Abe Yurika. The Japanese 1-2, Brittany Hudak, who had the one miss in her first visit. The 28-year-old Canadian Hudak, one of three from Canada in this race, along with Emily Young and Natalie Wilkie, who's had an absolute nightmare with that rifle malfunction, meaning she has to ski 5 penalty loops.
That's, well, that's a terrible dent in your confidence and, of course, your chances. Certain parts of the course, you can see the snow just whipping across the tracks. And it is breezy as in comes Guo Yuji. It's an important shoot coming up right here. She did miss one with the first stop. She skied quickly enough to keep herself in contention.
Well, Wang has produced another clear round. There's been 3 misses in the second visit to the range by Denny Arovich. That's a massive problem for her, having shot clean in the first visit. Guo goes clean again, absolutely superb. So that 1 miss in the first shoot, 0 in the second. She's given herself a fighting chance here. Guo Yuji, the 17-year-old from China.
And Zhao Zhiqing.
Also 1 miss in the first range visit.
Even in the prone position, the wind can make an impact on the body and the weapon. A long hold of the breath. A serious altitude they're competing in here in Zhangjiakou. Much higher than they were used to at World Cup events. The air's thinner, the breeze a factor, and the snow, as we mentioned throughout both sets of games, a little bit slower than they're used to. Artificial snow, some like it, some don't. It's the way of things.
59, Yvette Faron. Now then, she's gone clear again, the 22-year-old. So no misses on her 2 visits to the range. Just keep it controlled now and find some endurance in the ski for the rest of this race. So Guo with just the 1 miss.
Emily Young now. Can she shoot clear? Oh, that's quick and accurate. Coaches will be happy with that.
They really will. That's 10 out of 10 for Emily Young. So away she goes, the 31-year-old. This is going to be a rip-roaring finish. It really is. Yvette Faron has gone clear from her 2 visits to the range. Emily Young has been the second to achieve that. And there, indeed, are only going to be 2 athletes who have shot 10 from 10.
Hudak missed 1 at the first stop. A hit target makes a rattling good sound as away she goes in pursuit of a teammate and the rest of the field.
Bronze medalist in the individual in Pyeongchang, 8th in this sprint event. She was outside of the medals in the cross-country as well. Of course, these athletes will double up in the cross-country races the deeper we get into these 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. This has all the makings of a cracking finish to this race. The women's sprint standing at Beijing 2022. Li Huiling from Guo, and then Yvette Faron, who's shot clear for Poland, currently in 3rd place.
Here is Guo, and this 3rd lap, the latter stages of the race, it's all about keeping your form, making sure good contact with the snow, keep that rhythm, and dig as deep as you can, leave nothing out there. tenths of seconds are everything. And getting plenty of encouragement from the coaches out on the course. I don't think the athletes need to be told anything, but the coaches like to earn their money.
So we've got 17-year-old Guo Yuji, currently top of the pile. 18-year-old Wang Ruo in third place at present.
I say that coaches don't need to say anything. That's not true. They do, because they can say, OK, you're 10 seconds behind this athlete or 3 seconds in front of that one. And if they are across that information, that is vital to the athletes. But in terms of telling them to go as fast as they can, they're probably not necessary. They say it anyway. Buttenkova-Baumann had that one miss on the first stop.
That's got her back in the game. Clean sweep and the second visit to the range. The 38-year-old wearing bib 64. We'll run down her achievements down the years, but run out of time. 38 years of age. Yulia Buttenkova-Baumann. An extraordinary roll call of events.
We got a first competitor across the line, and Li Huiling, who went out first, finishes first. So she's at least kept her place in the order, but this is not about who's across the line first, of course. These interval starts, it's the fastest time, and she'll have to wait and see how her time of 20:54 holds up.
Yep. And how much that one miss in the first visit to the shooting range will cost her. But 20:54 clubhouse leader Li Huiling from Guo. Konashuk wearing 58 comes round, so 9 out of 10 with the rifle. And then Faron, third place at present, with Li Huiling just dropped down into fourth, another who went 9 from 10 with the gun.
Guo and Zhao looking good at the moment. And so Li yet to be fully displaced. We're going to have to wait. This is too good a race. It's anything could happen in the closing stages here. But 61 is Brittany Hudak, 8th in 2018. Well down on the leading time though through here.
Yeah, 45 seconds down with Buttenkova-Baumann. Something similar. Marina Bui and Alexandra Kononova as well.
Guo is going to be the new leader here.
Yeah.
By over a minute.
Fantastic from Guo Yuji. The Chinese, what a day they are having. Left everything out on the snow. Guo and Li will now wait to see if it's going to be another golden performance here in the women's sprint for the host nation.
So, yeah, you're number one at the moment. Teammate Li Huiling helping her off with the skis. Needs to clear the way. And they're getting excited for Wang Ruo, who comes in third position at the moment. A lot of skiers still out there.
Yeah, 2:27 down on Guo's timing. Big lead for Guo Yuji.
That's massive. I'm just looking down the list thinking who can catch it. Well, I don't like to predict too early, but this is looking very promising for Guo.
So Zhao now, another with just the one miss. 21.8 down on Guo's time, so it's China just leading the way. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Obviously plenty to come in, but Zhao slots up into second place, ruining the time of Li Huiling.
And get the skis off, try and get themselves out of the way, but when exhaustion takes over, it's pretty hard to move. They don't leave any questions. Oh, Faron into third.
42.9. She just didn't have the pace, having a shot clean in those 2 visits to the range.
Yeah, 15th 4 years ago. It's a really significant improvement from her. Kind of shook out of the top 3, a minute 30 down on Guo's time.
Yeah, and the Ukrainians who dominated the World Champs event, nowhere. They've been pushed out by the sharp elbows of China. The host nation really smashing it here on day 1 of the Parabiathlon. 47.7 Young is at 4th place outside the medals. They're all finishing now.
Just outside. Young shot clear, so did Ferron. Huge benefit. And Hudak into 5th, almost 50 seconds behind. So it's China, Poland at the moment. And we've still got 6 to finish. The longer there is between finishes, the better it looks for Guo and Zhao for the 1-2, and perhaps Ferron as well. Guo's got it by 21 seconds at the moment. A further 21 seconds back to Ferron.
Yeah, Lyashenko, Batinkova, Baumann, Bui, Kononova still out on the track. And Wilkie, the 2 Japanese athletes as well. So that is Wilkie some way down. That we knew that she was spent after that maximum penalty after the first visit to the range and the malfunction of the rifle. 64, that's Yulia Batinkova-Baumann. And then in behind her, Eureka Abe. 62 is Kononova. 66 there, Lyashenko.
Coming in, Batinkova-Baumann. Force her way into the medals here, maybe. Ooh. Yes.
She's done it. She's pushed Ferron out of the medal places.
So Batinkova-Baumann into 3rd. Guo and Zhao still 1st and 2nd. Lyashenko of Ukraine into 2nd now and splits the 2 Chinese competitors. A big finish from Lyashenko, who was 3rd 4 years ago. Maybe one better today.
Well, it's 2 more medals for China, and it's another gold.
There's only 1 competitor still out there, that being Wilkie. So there won't be any change at the top. Lyashenko with a late say, force her way into a medal position. Goodness me, history being recorded at Zhangjiakou in a major way.
Well, Lyashenko upgrades her bronze from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. It was a terrific surge, straining every muscle and sinew there to get in ahead of Zhao Zhixing's time.
Lyashenko missed 1 extra target than Guo and Zhao, and she was only 8 seconds behind Guo, as you can see what might have been. No point dwelling on ifs and buts when the day is done, which it is now in this biathlon, the women's sprint standing. So 7 targets missed in all for Wilkie. She missed another 2 with the 2nd stop, but just a dreadful bit of luck with her first shoot. There'll be a story to be told, I'm sure, about what happened there.
Yeah, real shame for Natalie Wilkie. But she gets a finish here. All the talk, though, will be about China. A performance of champions today as Wilkie comes in over the line to round off the women's standing sprint race here on the first day of Parabiathlon at the Winter Paralympic Games, and China are absolutely smashing it out of the park. 1 medal across all Winter Games previously, and on the opening day here They have 5. It's another gold medal. Guo Yuxi gets it. Zhao Zhixing wins the bronze. So, Guo, what a story. She hails from these parts, born in Zhangjiakou, just round the corner really. They held her up as a star of the future. She's only 17, and here she is with a gold medal in the Winter Paralympic Games. China have done it again. 2 more medals in the podium, split by Ukraine. What a day already, and still there's half the program to come.
If you build it, they will come. They've built this complex at Zhangjiakou, and China has responded to the opportunity with gold and bronze in the sprint, split by Lyushenko of Ukraine. A good field of 16, a truly international field, and we're starting to expect more of the same if we didn't before the day started. And it's making these fans pretty happy. As chilly and windy as it might be, their hearts have been warmed by the performances of Guo and Zhao in the women's standing sprint. Have an abbreviated acknowledgement ceremony shortly, and then more racing to come at Zhangjiakou. Men's sprint is the next race on the schedule. See whether or not they squeeze in the acknowledgement ceremony for the women. But here is the start list for the men. And again, a good presence of China. They've actually got 5 athletes in this one. 2 from the United States and Ukraine and Germany. And 1 each from Japan, France, Norway, Kazakhstan and the United States. So we've got a good field here, and looking forward to seeing Benjamin Davier of France dueling with Marc Arens of Canada, 2 of the favoured ones. More about that shortly. So we're going to get the men's race underway, and we'll have both recognition ceremonies following this one.
Yeah, this one will be really interesting. 16 in this race from 9 nations. And if we look back to Alpenzia 4 years ago, Davier, the Frenchman, he won it from Arens. The Ukrainian Riktiuk was 3rd in that one, and Vovchinsky, who goes out of the start gate second to last here, just ahead of Davier. He was the bronze medalist in the recent World Champs in Lillehammer. So again, the absence of Russian para-biathletes here leaves the field open. The big question is, at the age of 32, can Davier bring that A game again and get a gold medal at the Winter Paralympics in the sprint event? It was 7.5K in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, the sprint event, but the men and women running over the same distances now. It's all about standardization. First to go for China, Liu Xiaobin, the 21-year-old from Hengshui.
Looks like he means it. What a great pace to start. And next to go will be Drew Shea. From Montana. Lost his left hand 3 years ago. Only took up Nordic skiing in 2020. So rapid progress. And he's just loving this opportunity. His first World Cup event was only last year.
So 5 Chinese athletes in this race. They have their fair share of sprightly teenagers. But 25, Yuan Mingshu passes almost as a grizzled veteran. But he goes ahead of Wu. And we have Wu Gao Kyun to go later as well for the host nation on an extraordinarily successful day already for Team China.
Li Taiyuan, 26-year-old from Yunnan province. There's 5 competitors lining up for China today, only one with Paralympic experience, and it doesn't seem to matter a jot.
Yep, and that one with Winter Paralympic experience will be next to go as well. Wu Zhenbao, who competed in cross-country and biathlon in Pyeongchang in this sprint event, raced over 7.5K. He was 8th Wu up in Alpenzia 4 years ago. That was his best performance across the cross-country and the biathlon events. The 25-year-old from Harbin, and competing at World Champs since 2017 in Finsterau in Germany. So racing there with Liu, he was first to go. And Drahun of Ukraine out of the start gate. Next to go, by the way, Ruslan Reiter, the 22-year-old from the United States. Understandably, we're racing with our Chinese athletes here. They were proving too hot to handle on the opening day of the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022. You're watching the men's sprint standing event, raced over 6 kilometers, so 3 laps of this 2-kilometer circuit.
There is Ruslan Reiter heading off, and from the United States, adopted by a US family when he was very young, 22 years old, born in Ekaterinburg. He's had 3 top 20s in biathlon. Back out onto the course, and Drew Shea. Athletes with 1 or no stock, they really have to work hard on the inside edge of the ski to get some purchase on the climbs, and so much consideration and science going into the waxing and preparation of skis for the snow conditions, the weather. Try and get it just right, get as much run on the flat and downhill sections, get as much purchase as possible climbing. Generally, biathlon skis, not too much grip wax needs to be thought about. It's all about the glide, but when you've only got 1 or no stocks, then there's a different equation to be met.
So Yuan and then Li from China. We've seen Sato, Wu and Gerlitz out of the start gate. 2 Germans next up, Ayla and Maya. And we're seeing a variety of athletes start as our first starters past the 1 kilometer mark. So it's still Liu, the 21-year-old, head of the field from Li and Yuan. But naturally, the further we get down the order, the stronger the athlete, really. And expect the likes of Ulset from Norway, Rentz from Canada, Vovchinsky from Ukraine, and Davier, the defending Winter Paralympic champion, to really have some power in this race.
Here's Drahun from Ukraine, and he's a very young man, just 16. A couple of top 20s in biathlon and cross country last year. Started serious training when he was just 11. boy against man, really. But here we are in the range with Liu. First time. Telltale flag's pretty busy, still quite windy. Having trouble just getting set. There's a lot of movement there. I think he's just spent so much energy out on the course, he's having trouble steadying the chest for the shoot. Looking better now. Having said that, he's giving up a lot of time here.
Then unable to slow that heart rate down sufficiently. Steadies himself with a second shot. Has found his groove.
Second miss.
Well, they'll have to take 2 penalty loops there, Liu. And I'm afraid that's very problematic for him. 2 misses in that first shoot. It's already a problem. And well, has to go clear in the second, no question. Lee with a miss on his first shot and his third in the range. These Chinese athletes in this men's standing sprint are coming unstuck. 2 misses for Lee.
It's a longer loop too for the standing athletes. It's 150 meters, not 100. Oh dear, 3 misses, 4. Oh goodness, that's 600 meters.
Yeah, Wu 4 misses, Liu with 2, Lee with 3.
Drones missed a couple. The wind seems to be messing with them. Yuan shot clear, so did Drew Shea. Oh, that hurts, even before it starts hurting. Righter. Well done. He studied aviation and they set out and do a bit of flying around the course right now.
Giving himself a chance, Ruslan Reiter. 16th in this sprint event in Pyeongchang. A miss for the Sato Keiichi at 42. He's the oldest in this race. Been competing at the Winter Paralympic Games since Vancouver 2010. So, first visit to the range. But what can our higher ranked athletes do? Davier, Ulset, Vovchinsky, Arens. This is the Kazakhstani Gerlitz now getting into the prone position, the 32-year-old. Just outside the medal in the long distance cross country, 4th place in Pyeongchang. In the sprint, he was 7th 4 years ago. Good shooting. Gerlitz goes clean. Well played, sir.
In come Marco Meyer and Uslit, Ehler. So 2 Germans in the field skiing back to back. Meyer. Biathlon, the Germans traditionally very accurate shooters. And he doesn't let us down.
Yeah, really good visit to the range there for Meyer. It's at his first Winter Games here. Been in a couple of world champs. Ehler next in. Not so good with a rifle, though.
Oh, no. Just going to make an adjustment to the sights here. Not happy. What's happened? Costly. Oh, 4 misses, and telling the story there, he'd actually forgotten he hadn't loaded a round into the chamber before, after he'd adjusted the sights. So that's just a wretched minute spent and many more seconds to be wasted in the penalty loop, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, respectability is the target now for Ehler, I'm afraid, after those 4 misses. By the way, Arendts with 1 miss. The 32-year-old Canadian who won the 15K 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. So Niels-Erik Ulset comes in. Emotional appearance at these games for Ulset. He made his debut 2 decades ago in Salt Lake City. 1 miss.
Yeah, his 6th Paralympic Winter Games. A couple of cross-country gold medals in Salt Lake. A real stalwart around these events.
Yeah, wants to go out with a bang at his last games, Ulset. 4 targets hit, 1 missed. You look at those that have gone clear so far. Shea, Vovchinsky, the Ukrainian, Meyer. Now it's Davier. Quick and consistent. 4 from 5.
Oh,
and a miss.
One from the defending Paralympic champion. Wow.
That could be the difference, couldn't it? These fine margins. He has to go clear on his 2nd visit to the range, Davier.
Got such pedigree in biathlon in France. Can he do it the hard way with a miss? Gerlitz, Kazakhstan went clear. So did Reiter and Yuan.
So this is where we start to see the end game. This is Yuan. And the first of 3 athletes now into the range for the 2nd time with Liu and Shea. Remember, Shea is the shot clear so far. So he could be maintaining his spot as the clubhouse leader, if you will. He with 2 misses on his first visit. And another miss, and that puts paid to his chances, I'm afraid.
And he took that really long period of time to get settled over the job and the first stop, so won't be his day. Well, there's improvement to come. When you're 21 competing in first Paralympics, there's a big future to be had. It's off to the penalty loop, unfortunately for him. Vovchinsky in 85, and 84 is Mark Arendts. Ukraine and Canada, respectively. Shinsky is putting himself in the frame here.
He really has, hasn't he? The world champs, the bronze medalist, but again, there's so much pedigree there. 3 medals in cross-country in Pyeongchang, a couple of silvers, and he won the individual as well in biathlon in Sochi back in 2014. Also a silver and a bronze from Vancouver.
Reiter with his first miss. That could make a big difference at the end. Wyszynski and Arentz keeping each other company. Arentz on the right there, trying to make a little bit of a move on this incline. That's often where it comes, and he's just moving past Wyszynski again. Wyszynski, though, did a good job to catch him at all, having started 30 seconds behind him. So it's still tracking along nicely for the Ukrainian.
Yeah, if all goes to plan in the second shoot, you're watching 2 medalists surely here in Arentz and Wyszynski, Canada and Ukraine.
Arentz, the silver medalist from 4 years ago. Looks elegant on the skis, doesn't he, Arentz? Looks like he was made to do this. Strong climb. Wyszynski's not about to let him go. In they come. Gee, the next couple of minutes is going to tell a story with these two and the race overall.
Yeah, it really will. Arentz with 1 miss and Wyszynski clear. There's the tuck to pick up some speed. So Yuan, Reiter, Sato, Lee, Tae-yun at present, but that top 4 is going to be exploded surely by Wyszynski and Arentz. And Davier, remember, with that 1 miss from his first visit to the range. Ulset 2. Here's Arentz.
Yeah, there's just a little pause there from Wyszynski. He wasn't ready, or the official wasn't ready. Maybe a second or 2 lost, but anyway, Arentz into his work.
Second miss, gets it right on his last shot. Now then, up and away, Arentz made his Winter Paris debut in 2010. He was there in Sochi, he was there in Pyeongchang. Here he is again.
Wyszynski got the lot. We didn't see that on screen, but we can tell you from our monitors that he got the 5. So Wyszynski looking very good. He's got the platform to bring it home. Ski for all he's worth the last couple of Ks.
Well, much talk in the absence of the Russians and the Belarusians here that it would be Ukraine's meeting here in Beijing at these Winter Paralympic Games. They could be on course for a first gold with Wyszynski. Arentz will want to chase that down. 78, that's Sato of Japan, and then Maya, who's been clean as well, you know, in the 2 shoots so far, but his ski time a little down. 79 coming around the bend is Wu.
Yes, Marco Maya just a little slower up the hill than a couple of his rivals. Maybe that's where he's losing the seconds, but if he can shoot clear. Makes a big difference, and he's done that, Myers. He's 10 from 10.
Wyszynski, Maya, Shea and Yuan are only athletes in the field here to shoot clear after their 2 visits to the range. Now then, Davier comes in for his second 5 targets. Ulset 2. Ayla as well, but we know that he can be discounted after his 4 misses. Ulset has missed another. 78 and 82 there. Sato and Maya.
We'll have some athletes finishing fairly shortly. We'll have a time to beat, but Maya coming through here in very good shape. Tall man.
Yeah, Maya has raced into the lead. First appearance at the Winter Paralympic Games.
It's Gerlitz. Kazakhstani. Working hard. Just a couple of targets though.
Well, Yuan has come over the line 18:01. And then Lee 18:45, 44.3 down. So Vovchinski is going to steam into the lead here. Looking good for Ukraine, bib 85. Vovchinski, next finisher is at Shea at 20:12, so third at present, but he's going to drop way down the order when we see the likes of Vovchinski and Maya coming in thereafter. 78, that's Sato.
18:01, the time to beat. Yuan, a nervous wait for the rest of the field to come through. But will it be more medals for China? Or perhaps one, Yuan. Vovchinski's going to have a say about it. Let's get an idea of how much wind is out on the course, rustling the clothing of the athletes, trying to keep out of the wind.
Looking good for Vovchinski, you have to say at this stage. The 33-year-old from Vinnytsia in Ukraine.
Gerlitz there in 80. 85, Vovchinski just in front of him. Such a difficult journey and a long journey it was to get the Ukrainian athletes here. And a furious finish coming on the right there. 77 is Reiter. And 75 is Wu Junbao, getting a good cheer home from the crowd here. Jai-O, Jai-O is the chant. More oil. Go harder, higher, faster and hotter.
So Maya becomes our clubhouse leader with a time of 17:03. That's thrown it down to Vovchinski here.
It's pushed Yuan out of top spot. Maya, courtesy of shooting 10 out of 10. Put Germany in a strong medal position here, but what colour is it to be?
So, Vovchinski, 85.
Oh, he's got it covered. He's going to come into top spot here easily.
Vovchinski for Ukraine over the line. Gold medal performance, if ever you saw one here. In control, quick on the snow and clean in the shooting range as well. He's given it everything. Now all he can do is wait before he's able to celebrate. Arens chasing down the time. He's way down. 17 minutes plus here for Arens. So he's passed Maya's time.
Well, that 56 seconds, you can take out the 2 penalty loops. That's about what it would have taken him. He was very much in contention for the top spot, but might still hold on for third. Silver medalist 4 years ago. Perhaps it's bronze this time.
Well, this is the agony. You've done all you can do. Just have to wait.
Please stop war in Ukraine. Please.
Under understandably and clearly an emotional moment for Grigory Vovchinsky. There's the nice glide down into the home straight, which flattens out, so there's still some work to do. Get yourself across the line. And in comes Benjamin Davier, gold medalist from 4 years ago. Just not quite there today, but where can he finish? Just run out of seconds here to force his way into the medals. It's going to be a close thing.
A minute away, 4 years on from that victory in Pyeongchang from the gold medal time in 2022. Oh, no medal this time round in the sprint for Benjamin Davier of France. So Ulsa Naylor will be next to come in. And that is the limit right there.
They do know how to crash through the pain barrier and somehow pull themselves back and up again. Marco Meyer, German, is pretty happy. He's looking good, 4 seconds.
Yeah, what a Winter Paralympic debut for Meyer, the 22-year-old. Superb performance. 45 seconds down on Vovchinsky, but still absolutely magnificent.
Ulset comes in for Norway in 7th position, a couple of minutes down on Vovchinsky. Likewise, he's given it everything.
Yep, no fairy tale ending.
13 Paralympic medals he has.
Yeah, an extraordinary career. I wanted to go out with that fairy tale finish, but wasn't to be for Nils Erik Ulset, 20 years on from Salt Lake City in that debut as an 18-year-old, and then Ayla, the last to come over the line for Germany, undone by his 7 misses in the shooting range.
Yes, that's the most number of targets missed, unfortunately, for Ayla in this field. 16. But down he'll come, and encouraged also by the vocal crowd at Zhangjiakou.
So Ayla last to finish, and that means that finally Vovchinsky can celebrate a gold medal performance. 16-17, he was over 45 seconds better than Marco Meyer, the gold medalist in the 15K in Pyeongchang. Now is the Winter Paralympic champion in the sprint in Beijing. That was a near perfect display from Vovchinsky.
Well, if you don't miss, you won't miss out. And Vovchinsky, 10 from 10. Meyer likewise. Yuan of China also shot clear, as did Drew Shea. But you've also got to be quick across the snow, and Shea a little further down the standings, unfortunately. But the two at the top, Vovchinsky and Meyer, no misses. Marco Rentz had 2. So there it is. Ukraine, Germany and Canada. Good spread for the medals in this one, the men's sprint.
And our champion from 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, 4th off the podium just this time, Davier of France.
And China not featuring in the top 3, but they were 5th and 6th and 8th, sorry, 9th and 10th. So another strong showing. Coming up soon, at Zhangjiakou, we'll have our recognition ceremonies for the men's and women's sprint events for standing category.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2020 Paralympic Winter Games medalists for the women's sprint standing.
Well, this is going to be a recognition ceremony for the top three finishers in the women's standing sprint event. Another fabulously successful race for the host nation, Guo and Zhao, winning the gold and bronze respectively. Ukraine's Lyashenko taking second place and therefore the silver medal. This was the event dominated by Ukraine, 1, 2, 3 and 4. That nation finished at the recent world champs, but here and now in the mountains of Zhangjiakou, it's all about the host nation, China.
Yes, a nice result for Lyudmila Lyashenko after third place 4 years ago, up into second. Zhao missed the one target to end up in third position. Lyashenko missed 2 and Guo 1. So none of the medalists were absolutely clear.
What a haul for China, by the way. And Lyudmila Lyashenko for the Ukraine. Bronze in Pyeongchang, silver here 4 years on. But for China, it's Guo Yuji. What a 24 hours after lifting and hoisting the flame for the host nation into the Bird's Nest Stadium at the opening ceremony. She has a gold medal in the women's sprint standing event here.
Well, I sigh tells you she's still coming to terms with what she's achieved today. Aren't we all? It's an astonishing, remarkable lift into world rankings for Chinese biathlon at the Paralympic Winter Games.
So Guo and Zhao, two of the 5 medalists for China on the opening day of Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists for the men's sprint standing.
Well, some good stories here for the men's sprint standing recognition ceremony. A sweet moment for Ukraine, with Vovchinsky getting the job done, no misses, and the emergence of Marco Meyer, the 22-year-old from Oberstdorf, Germany, into second position, and Marco Rentz, who was a silver medalist 4 years ago, picking up another medal too. Those medals not delivered right now, as you'll know, but they will be.
Yeah, another medal for Arens from Canada, 4 years on from his 15K title, the bronze in the sprint.
Well, getting a medal on debut, that's all right. And a silver it will be.
And the victor, Vovchinsky from Ukraine.
Well, you said it, it was the perfect race. No misses, skied beautifully, kept his composure, let the others do their race. He knew what he had to do, and he did it to perfection. And it would be the ultimate reward for him.
Yeah, reflected in that time gap at the end, 45 seconds ahead of Meyer. Vovchinsky
squeezing back a couple of tears, I think.
Absolutely. Ukraine, Germany, and Canada 1, 2, and 3 in the men's standing sprint here in the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022.
So lovely to see Marco Meyer put his arm around him. An appreciation and understanding, I think. More racing to come from Zhangjiakou. It's not far away. I hope you can stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Biathlon National Center. The next event coming up is the women's sprint vision impaired. In the vision impaired event, the biathletes will be preceded by a guide who will help them guide the ski course. And then when they get to the shooting range, they will be shooting with an electronic rifle using infrared and sound technology.
国家冬季两会中心再次对大字报来表示热烈的欢迎。即将进行的比赛项目是长风2项女子短距离视障组的比赛。本场比赛共有9位参赛运动员，比赛将在14点开始。下面将把话筒交给现场 MC 朱晨婷。
女士们、先生们 ，Are you ready?
Welcome to the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre as the biathlon events get underway and these Paralympic Winter Games of 2022, some 150, 160 kilometres to the north of the capital. You can get here quite quickly in the super train, and a lot of these spectators would have come that way. And they'll be hoping to see more fine performances from the host nation. That's what we've seen so far, that's for sure. Surprisingly good. We've got two more events, this time in the vision impaired category, starting off with the women. And in parabiathlon for the vision impaired, they use an electronic rifle that enables them to use their hearing to take aim. It's fascinating to watch. It's intense competition. We've got a field of 9 in the women's event. And they've come from Germany, Ukraine, China, Poland and Austria. And a very strong contingent from China, but maybe it's Oksana Shishkova, hers to lose. But 94 there is Karina Edlinger, the 23-year-old from Austria. The weather looks pretty good. It's sunny, but it is a little windy. Air temperature around -6, so we're a lot higher here than in Beijing, which has been enjoying surprisingly mild conditions. But Zhangjiakou, a fair bit cooler as we get ready for the sprint for the vision impaired athletes. And they'll be cruising around a 2-kilometre circuit 3 times and stopping twice to shoot. And here is your field, each of the athletes with a guide skier.
Yeah, so 5 nations, 9 athletes in the start gate, and Shishkova indeed will be the athlete to chase down the Pyeongchang 2018 silver medalist, but some useful Germans in the field here as well. Then Kazmai, Johanna Rechtenwald and Leonie Maria Walter, and of course Yang Shanru for China as well. Can the host nation do it again on what's been a fabulous day for them? That's Edlinger, the 23-year-old Austrian cross-country, the medalist in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, bronze in the 7.5K. Now, what can she do with the rifle as well? So this is interesting, but it will be whether Shishkova can really lead from the front and show us why she has been installed as the big race favourite here in the women's VI sprint event.
Leonie Walter, 18 years of age, not the youngest though. Her German teammate in Kazmaier is only 15, and Shishkova at 30. So a good spread of ages and nations, but Germany will certainly be hoping to feature somewhere here. If Shishkova were not to have her best day, it certainly opens it up. If you've not watched Vision Impaired Biathlon before, I think you're in for a treat. And wonderful technology has come to bear to enable them to take part in this sport with the electronic rifles. And hear the tone emitted as they get close to the target aim, and the higher the tone, the closer they are to the target. But we're just not far away from a start now, and it's Anita Gorska in the gate for Poland with her guide Catherine Spierenberg.
Yeah, and we don't, of course, ignore the role that the guides play. They get medals too, leading our athletes around the course. Oksana Shishkova with Andrei Marchenko, her guide. Shishkova, the silver medalist from Pyeongchang, 6 winter Paralympic Games medals all told. Mid-distance gold medalist up in the Alpensia Mountains 4 years ago, and a sprint world champion in Finsterau 2017. Racing underway then with Anita Gorska, the 21-year-old from Poland. So 30-second intervals for our starters. It's a first Winter Paralympic Games for Annette from Warsaw. She's competed in World Champs in cross-country and biathlon 16th in the sprint in Lillehammer only a few short weeks ago.
Young Jianru, a 20-year-old from China, sets off. The guide is Yu Hongshun. A lot of experience so far for Yang, but that hasn't stopped the Chinese athletes absolutely excelling on this first day of biathlon competition.
So we know about the credentials of Oksana Shishkova. What about Natalia Tkachenko, fellow Ukrainian? Denis Nikulin is Natalia's guide here, the 26-year-old. Again, it's her first taste of the Winter Paralympic Games. Natalia Tkachenko going for Ukraine. Previously an 11th place finisher in the Sprint Classic in cross-country and at 15th in the Lillehammer World Champs in this biathlon sprint event.
Karina Edlinger, very enthusiastic, intense Austrian, guided by Lorenz Lampel. She's had a bronze at the Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang and World Championship gold medals, 4 of them.
It's been an extraordinary opening day for the host nation, China, in the para-biathlon competition. 5 medals all told, 2 of them gold. Can Wang Yue add to the party here? The 22-year-old Wang selected to train with the Hebei provincial team in the mountains up in Hebei province. It's a tough breeding ground, but so far reaping success for Team China.
Away goes 15-year-old Lynn Kazmaier with Florian Baumann as the guide. She won't turn 16 until the end of the year. So what a promising athlete she is. Had a total of 5 top 10s in cross-country and biathlon at World Championships already.
Jonna Rechtenwald from Freiburg, age 20, a bronze medalist in the individual VI event in the World Champs 3 years ago now in Prince Edward Island in Canada. This is her first Winter Games, and she has Valentin Haag as her guide.
Bernie Walter sets off with Permin Strecker to guide the 18-year-old from Freiburg also. And some promising early results in biathlon and cross-country in this young career at World Championships. A total of 4 top 10s.
A para-biathlete to beat, no question, in this event. The women's sprint VI division impaired Oksana Shishkova, middle distance, the Winter Paralympic champion from Pyeongchang. She has a couple of silvers and 3 bronze medals as well from 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, as well as a host of medals in cross-country. So Shishkova going last, but we expect her to be up near first come the final shake-up and the business end of this race.
So we'll hear a lot of chat out on the course as the guides tell their skier left and right and pace and incline and so on. It's a real relationship that exists between the guide and skier, and what a commitment they both make to each other in terms of training and traveling. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and again, factor time, because although the general categorization here is visually impaired VI, there are sub-categorizations within that. B1, completely blind or very low visual acuity. B2, limited sight and or restricted visual field of less than 5 degrees. B3, more sight and or restricted visual field of less than 20 degrees. So it's a pretty complicated formula, really, but the factored time is what evens things out at the end of racing.
There's Kazmaier. Good job there with Florian Baumann. Try and settle into the same stride pattern. Now encouraging just to skate and then glide. And these fast sections, and watching Rechtenwald there, particularly tricky for vision impaired. Obviously the guide has to be fit and strong enough to be able to ski at least as fast as their athlete. And the guides themselves often race in cross-country and biathlon too. So he's got the microphone attached, their little speaker to send the instructions to the partner behind them.
The guidance needed when these athletes get down into the prone position, into the shooting range as well. So Wang, the 22-year-old, the leader here. Edlinger and then Kazmaier with Kachenko in third. That's Yang pushing on through. Shishkova, we await to see at the first split time, up into third place by the looks of things. Kachenko going well as well. That's well, that's 99. That's Shishkova with her guide Andrei Marchenko. Now we're into the first shoot.
So you're hearing what the athlete hears through their headphones. The higher the pitch, the closer to the target. 2 out of 2. And a miss.
Four from 5, the first visit into the shooting range. So Yang up and away.
Chichenko.
Disappointed with that. She really will be. A couple of misses, and that's a big penalty already, and serious time to make up now for Natalia Kachenko and her guide Denis Nikulin.
How efficient can Wang be? Not too bad, just the one miss. Some beautiful timber work on the rifle stock and butt there.
Not for the first time. That's 4 penalties for Edlinger. That's a horrendous start, actually, for the Austrian. Gorska as well. 2 misses. She's on the board.
3 misses.
Horrendous. It's just too much to make up, really. You've got to be relying on someone else to mess up. And then, of course, looking after your own shooting in the second round of targets.
Volta now. Not too bad, still in the game at 1 miss. But it's young Kazmaier, the 15-year-old. It's the wonder case. Oh, Shishkova, there we go, 5 out of 5. And it's not fair to call her a veteran at 30, but she is compared to the rest of this field.
Great start there from Shishkova, just demonstrating exactly why she is the overwhelming favourite for this gold medal. So it's going to take something serious to stop her. Well, only herself can stop this procession for Shishkova, the Ukrainian. Kazmaier in second place at present, and then the 2 Chinese, although Leonie Marie Walter moving up into 4th place at present. So around about 47 seconds behind Shishkova's pace.
Just the 2 athletes shooting clear on that first round. Shishkova and Kazmaier, Ukraine and Germany. Single misses for Wang, Walter and Yang. A couple for Rechtenwald and Chachenko. 4 misses for Edlinger and 3 for Gorska. Field of 9. See the big screen there that allows non-vision impaired athletes in other events to just see where they are. Now, if we've got a withdrawal here, we seem to. Karina Edlinger.
She had a nightmare first visit to the range, didn't she, with those 4 misses. But that seems to be the end of her involvement in this the women's sprint event in the VI categorization. So scores on the doors. Shishkova with an excellent first visit to the shooting range, although Kazmaier going really well, and Yang Chan-Ru as well, just fighting it out for the Chinese. The better of our 2 Chinese biathletes at the moment. Wang currently back in 4th place.
Kazmaier, astonishing performance from the 15-year-old at her first Paralympic Winter Games, but coming through here. Wang Yue, 93. Chachenko of Ukraine. 2 athletes from Ukraine, 3 from Germany. Edlinger of Austria has withdrawn now. Chachenko, 26. Second oldest behind Shishkova in this predominantly young field.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? But it's still Shishkova, the most seasoned athlete out there, who is demonstrating her credentials. Kazmaier at present 10:02.2 is leading the way, but expect that to change as Shishkova carves up the gap.
No, she's still just outside her, so this is very, very tight. Shishkova, very efficient at the range. The transition times are very good, but there's 1 or 2 skiers out there who are a little bit quicker than her. So Kazmaier in particular, and Wang is fast as well. So it's not a done deal by any means. It'll come down to that second visit.
Yeah, exactly. It may come down to the second shoot. We know that Shishkova has got a finish in her, but superb from Kazmaier at present, as you say. Half the age of Oksana Shishkova here, Lynn Kazmaier.
Volta coming through, holding her form pretty well.
Yeah, a world champs in the Winter Paralympic Games under your belt at the age of 15. That is absolutely frightening. I just wonder if she keeps at it, how many the Winter Paralympics she could be involved in.
Now Kazmaier B3, so the lowest impairment, or least impairment, shall we say?
Yeah. Big 5 shots coming up here for Lynn Kazmaier. Currently really taking it to Oksana Shishkova. Has to bring that pulse rate down and shoot steady.
Oh, just having trouble getting the brace attached, and this is a very frustrating delay for her. Now it's there between wrist and upper arm. And a miss for Kazmaier, perhaps thrown off by that delay. Well, not mucking around, is it? Very disappointed to have had that miss. Reaches for the stocks and has a little bit of extra meterage to do.
Well, Shishkova's got to come into the range for a second time, but younger legs, more energy. At just 15, she has that penalty loop to do, but maybe can eat that up without too much discomfort. Yang into the range as well.
Oh, she's dealt herself back into it nicely with 5 out of 5, Yang. So this is interesting. Well, the crucial shooting will come from Shishkova.
Kachenko in the range, and Wang as well. Wang Yue, who missed one on her first visit. Calmness personified there, Wang. A super straight shoot there, 5 from 5, up and away, and trying to shut down Kazmaier and Shishkova. Now then, the Ukrainian goes again in the range. Supremely controlled, never in doubt.
If you could ask, if you could ask her, would she tell you how she has refined that technique? Because she's significantly quicker than anyone else in finding that highest tone and pulling the trigger at the right moment. And she is just something, and now it looks like it's hers to lose.
Yeah, Velta 5 from 5 as well on her second visit. So just the overall altered now to reflect a gap of around about 20 seconds that Shishkova enjoys above Lynn Kazmaier, and Velta in 3rd place at present. So it's Germany 2 and 3. Looking for another medal after Marco Myers in the men's standing. He got a silver. 91 is Aneta Gorska. And 97 is Johanna Rechtenwald there with her guide Valentin Haag. Down the order at present after 2 misses from the first 5 shots.
And she comes to the mat and hold of the poles as he's guided into position, and Rechtenwald. Nice job. 96 is Kazmaier, skiing for a medal here at the ripe old age of 15. And getting plenty of encouragement to give it her all. 99 is Shishkova. Holding her form okay.
Yeah, just that one miss from Kazmaier.
Shishkova, silver medal 4 years ago. A gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze in Paralympic Winter Games biathlon. Now they're allowed to make contact with the guide stock, but not to be pulled along uphill.
Yeah, necessary, isn't it, with the speed that can be generated on those inclines, and certainly into the turn. That's where the guide really earns their corn. So Shishkova there with Andrei Marchenko.
Those moments, of course, when there's contact between guide and athlete via the stock, they're all observed, and it has to be done in the correct manner.
Shishkova still out ahead of Kazmaier, and Yang for China in 3rd place at present. Could it be yet another medal on day one of the Nordic events here? We've got the cross-country to come. Of course, our racers tend to double up across cross-country and the para-biathlon here. A lovely shot across the facility up to the ski jumping hills there, and that quite distinctive circular viewing platform and restaurant that hosted the ski jumping events at the recent Winter Olympic Games. Gorska into the range, and I'm afraid the misses are being racked up here by the pole.
So got an athlete in, Kazmaier, 20 minutes 14.6. And considering she was out 1, 2, 3, 6th to finish ahead of everybody, she's done a good job, although her factoring of 100% needs to be considered as well. That's the least impairment.
Went off 6th. Just 3 after her, the last of which was Shishkova, of course. That's Yang Shanru.
So the factored time to beat becomes 20 minutes 14.6 seconds. And young Shanru on her way, the 20-year-old. So she's well outside the time of Kazmaier, but for the moment slips into 2nd position.
Yeah, 2:43.2 down, and that will change, of course, when Shishkova comes in. But
and here comes Shishkova.
Yeah,
and along with Leonie Volta as well. This is an interesting and crowded finish somewhat, trying to stay out of each other's way.
And the push for the line to make sure Oksana Shishkova, the big favourite from Ukraine.
Shishkova on the right. And into top spot goes Shishkova.
Yeah, and Valter in 3rd place. So that's Yang pushed off the podium, Kazmaier, and then Valter.
So the 2 teenagers from Germany sitting in 2nd and 3rd at the moment behind Shishkova. Shishkova only 5.5 seconds to the good over Kazmaier. So it was very close. And of course there was that one miss for Kazmaier. So wonderful race skied by both. What a future for Kazmaier.
And Wang coming in, 2:40 down on the leading time set by Shishkova. outside of a medal place. It was looking on for the Chinese for a while, but Shishkova, well, she knows she's done it. Yeah,
I have to say, before the race, she looked so purposeful, just absolutely focused. There was a job to do, and nobody, even a precocious 15-year-old, was going to stop her. But gosh, it's great to see young ones coming through. Kazmaier.
Well, it went with the form book ultimately. Shishkova ruling the roost still in this categorization, but the Germans have arrived, the two teenagers indeed, and what a future for those two athletes. But it is Oksana Shishkova, the big race favourite, who threw it down and will take home the gold medal. It's another one in the Winter Paralympic Games for Oksana Shishkova. Middle distance champion in Pyeongchang, couple of silvers as well, and 3 bronzes, as well as a gold in the mixed 4 by 2.5 kilometre relay in Pyeongchang too. Top of the pile once again, Oksana Shishkova, but a great race from the Germans.
Oh, that team's got to be delighted with the performances of Kazmaier and Rechtenwald and Walter, of course. Walter in 3rd position, Rechtenwald a little further down today after some misses. Crossing the line almost together, Walter and Shishkova, but significantly apart in times. Walter went out 30 seconds ahead, and Shishkova caught her, so Shishkova finishes 30 seconds in front. I hope that makes sense to you. Shishkova and guide Andrei Marchenko getting it done in the sprint. So the athletes being informed of what's to come. There will be recognition ceremony either shortly or after the men's race. Can be done either way, we're learning.
Confirmation then of Oksana Shishkova's victory in the women's VI sprint. A 2nd gold medal for Ukraine after Grigory Mashevsky's in the men's, standing 4th all told on this opening day of the Nordic events at Beijing 2022. Germany, silver and bronze though, with Kazmaier and Walter. Stunning performance from those two young Germans, 15 and 18 respectively. Absolutely brilliant. China, 4 and 5.
Won't be far away from the start of the equivalent men's event. Slightly bigger field. Sure, you could get a bluer sky. But maybe in Seattle, according to the song. But gorgeous weather, chilly, sure, a little bit breezy, but it's the Winter Games, so you'd be hard pressed to complain. Finding ways to capture the artificial snow as it melts through the spring rather than have it just run off This is a water critical area, really, so they're going to make sure that that snow doesn't disappear completely, that they're able to reuse it as best as possible. The Green Games is what they're aiming for here in Beijing 2022. So congratulations on that effort. It's the way we all must be heading, I think. That's actually part of the mission statement of bidding cities, that to show how things are going to be reused, facilities, resources. The IOC wants to see that those things are being done at every level possible, and the IPC as well. Stay with us, just a couple of minutes away from the men's event. So getting close to a start then for the men's sprint, the vision impaired category. Got a field of 13 and the guides getting set for this one.
Yes, so Nowitzki of Poland goes off first, and then we look towards the later starters, and there'll be 5 Ukrainians: Siarko, Lukyanenko, Kazik, Resteniski and Kovalevsky. Kazik third at this year's World Championships in Lillehammer. Already has 2 Paralympic medals in biathlon. Neither of them came in the sprint event, though. This is all about the sprint, and the last of our 6 races on the opening day of the Nordic programme at Beijing 2022 and these 15th Winter Paralympic Games. So again, it's athlete plus guide, very much a team effort. The guides get medals as well. They play a crucial role in guiding the athletes safely around the course and getting them onto the mat in the shooting range.
Sebastian Modin there, something of a veteran now. He's seen a bit of Paralympic competition. He was 7th 4 years ago. Good range of ages here, from 18 to 48.
Yeah, and that eldest athlete in the field, Piotr Gabowski, one of 3 Poles. That's Nowitzki, the first of them to get racing. A 21-year-old Piotr Nowitzki from Laski It's his first Winter Paralympic Games with guide Jan Cobrin there. Best performance came in cross-country at World Champs. That was in Lillehammer only a couple of weeks ago, really, in the mixed 4 by 2.5 kilometre relay. 21st in the sprint event in biathlon at those World Champs.
Deng Hisong to go next with guide Jin Haiyang from the Guoji Club in Hebei province. Not a lot of experience to talk about just yet with the young man, but he's gathering it here. An important opportunity going forward for all these athletes who've not been to a Paralympic Winter Games before. It's a testing course and altitude.
Yeah, another para cross-country and a para biathlon athlete here. Pavel Gil, second of 3 poles off the start gate, led out by Mikkel Lander. His guide, 23, first Winter Paralympic experience for the 20th place finisher in the sprint event in the VI category at the Lillehammer World Champs.
Well, a very fit 48-year-old Peter Gabowski and his guide Jakub Twardowski setting off at 4 top 10s in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Peter Gabowski, 16th in this event. Progress out around the course.
Yeah, seeing our first skiers out of the gate, tackling the first few tricky turns in this loop, the first of 3 2-kilometre loops in this 6-kilometre race. The men and women racing over the same distance for the first time at these Winter Paralympic Games. We've seen Chalençon leave the start gate. Next up is the German, 27-year-old from Freiburg, Messinger. And
he was 9th 4 years ago. He's got a top 10 in him. I wonder if he's got something better in him. Certainly setting off like he means it.
Yeah, and has been amongst the medals at World Champs as well in cross-country mixed 4 by 2.5 kilometre relay, bronze medal 3 years ago now in Prince George, Canada. Murray next to go for the Swedes. 107 been worn by the 27-year-old Sebastian Marin. Again, 3 silver medals from Winter Paralympic Games in years gone by. It's a history that dates back to Vancouver in 2010 when he was a bronze medalist in the Spring Classic in cross-country. But looking out at the course there, that's Nowitzki.
And he's already been significantly passed by Deng in a slightly different classification, though. Nowitzki, like Moden and Alexander Kazik in the B1 category. Highest impairment.
Yeah, B1 goes down as completely blind, very low visual acuity. B2, that's limited sight and or restricted visual field of less than 5 degrees. B3, more sight and or restricted visual field of less than 20 degrees. It's those sort of variations in individual impairment that contribute to the factored time.
Gabowski coming through the first checkpoint in pretty handy time. A little bit of support on that left knee. See the light towers around the course during what Paralympians like to call the warm-up for the real event, that being the Olympics. Those lights were in heavy use for biathlon events, so it's a terrific facility. Chalençon of France coming through.
Bronze medal in the 15K in Pyeongchang. The gold medalist in cross-country, the open 4x2.5 relay with the French, and a world champion as well, Chalençon from Evian-les-Bains.
Messenger of Germany just outside Chalençon's good time through there. As we go back to the start, Shtinsky, he's got a bit of history to bring to the occasion. He's been around a while. Sochi and Pyeongchang, a couple of top 5s and top 10s in Sochi. And bronze medals at World Championships in cross-country. Just out of the medals in Pyeongchang.
And our last starter from Ukraine, this is Anatoly Kovalevsky, 31 years of age, just outside the medals in cross-country. But we look back to Pyeongchang and see his silver in the 15K, bronze in the sprint, so he's got it. Can he upgrade that finish from 4 years ago and the mountains of Alpinsia? Well, Kovalevsky gets away, but it's our first athlete down into the prone position for his first attempt at targets, and that's Dang from China, the 22-year-old, and he makes his first shot as well, making that transition from ski and the energy and the racing heartbeat down into that calm mode, and he makes it. Super first visit to the range for Dang.
What's impressive when they're shooting well is how quickly they can pull the trigger when they find that highest tone. Obviously, it's a much practiced art. It's impressive nonetheless. As in they come in a gaggle.
Yeah.
Got to find the right lane.
It's the 3 Poles, isn't it? Coming in next, Gabowski, Gill, and Nowitzki. We're going to watch the shoot of Gabowski. Those targets, by the way, 21 millimeters in diameter. It's not much to aim at all.
This is actually Gill of Poland. Gabowski, as we were initially informed on screen, but that's all fine. Out they go. China having a good start to the race again. Deng and Yu, handily placed. Messenger, Chalençon.
Chalençon missing with his first attempt.
Well, he was quick. That's what I was talking about really with his progress early, but some misses there. Quick around the course.
Chalençon up and away, and he needs to be, because that's 2 penalty loops required of the Frenchman Anthony Chalençon. Morin next to shoot.
First up for Modin.
Three misses from the first 5 shots for Sebastian Modin, and that does enough to scupper your chances right off the bat after the first visit to the range. Painful. So Lukianenko and Siarko, followed by Kovalevsky, Kazakh, and Reshetinsky, the Ukrainian threat, five-handed in this event, and a great start there. He goes cleared as Lukyanenko. Siarko with a miss.
I didn't see Lukyanenko leave the gate, but he's obviously made good progress around, and 5 from 5, and the gold medalist from 4 years ago at 43. Looking to back up again. 111 is Alexander Kazakh of Ukraine as well.
Yeah, Kazakh, the world champs bronze medalist. There's an internal competition between the Ukrainian squad here. The Kazakh needs a good, clean, clear start. Doesn't get it. The recovery was there from Kazakh, but he can't afford any more misses when he returns to the range.
Finds the stocks, sets off, traffic in front of him. Kovalevsky, bronze medalist 4 years ago. Oh, goodness. Won't be a medal today with 3 misses, unless he gets a lot of help from a lot of people.
A disastrous start there from Kovalevsky. So with Modin, chances of a medal have been blown out of the water, I'm afraid, because of the lack of accuracy at the first shooting range. And there's a collision there.
I think that's Dang coming in for his second shoot. Just the skis are colliding with his guide. I hope he's all right. Easy to twist a knee when that happens.
Dang with a clear shoot his first visit. Hope that hasn't undermined his progress, hasn't set him back too much.
Chalençon coming through in 105. And that is the margin as well as his bib number. Number 1 is Nowitzki of Poland.
Field bunching up now.
Lukyanenko.
Yeah. Second place, 8.4 down on you. Just up ahead there is Siarko, the 25-year-old Ukrainian. And 113, that's the bib of Kovalevsky. So set way back, being forced into those 3 penalty loops because of that poor first visit to the range. And it's you from Lukyanenko.
I think that was Dang heading off into the penalty loop as well after his second shoot. So yes, he missed 2. So that will hurt his chances. He was going really well.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah, nothing wrong with his first visit. He was 100%.
Reshetinsky. Surmounting the 5 Ukrainian competitors in this event out of 13.
2 gold medals so far for Ukraine, a couple of silvers as well. So 4 all told, but it's China leading the way on day 1 with 5 medals. Absolutely ripped out of the blocks at the start of competition on day 1 here of the Biathlon program at Beijing 2022 at these 15th Winter Paralympic Games.
Messenger in for second shoot, missed 1 at the first. Another big shoot coming up shortly is Yu Shuang, who missed none. And Messenger astray.
Ouch. Couple of misses on his second visit to the range. And that does for Messenger a total then of 3 missed targets. And that's 3 penalty loops required, all told, on top of the race distance.
Here's Yu Shuang. Oh, he doesn't muck around. And just the 1 miss. So 9 out of 10 is a pretty good effort.
This is where the field bunches up a bit. As 1, 2, 3, 4 come in to hit the mat and get that rifle tucked into the shoulder, lined up, get that sound working. And Lukianenko clear on his first visit to the range. 2, 3, 4, 5. Super shooting there from Lukianenko. Absolutely dead-eyed, the 43-year-old. Up and with those ski poles, working through the arms and off into the ski again. Terrific shooting. Lukianenko taking the lead then ahead of you, and Nico Messenger. Dang pushed down into 4th place.
So Lukianenko with 10 out of 10, and he is the only athlete to have done that so far. Nowicki of Poland has a chance to do it. No, he doesn't now. Reshetynski, perhaps. Nowicki missed 1 on the first visit, so.
Yeah, we're just weighing up the percentages on how quickly to bide your time and release that shot. Well, he waited, but he's lost his eye here. What a shame for Nowicki.
Yeah. So
what
tricky.
A shame.
Yeah, so tricky. Getting the oxygen back in, trying to use that tone to find the target, and the confidence just not there. Kazik. A miss on the first stop.
Yeah, the gauntlet has been thrown down, hasn't it, by Lukianenko. So Kazik, reckoned by plenty to be the leading Ukrainian coming into this event. A sprint for the men in the VI category, vision impaired. It's another miss, and the gold medal moves further away. 2 all told, so 2 penalty loops in total. It is still Lukianenko, the 43-year-old Ukrainian, who is looking pretty good now in this event.
108 is Yu Shuang, 110. Lukianenko. His guide is well ahead of him. Noticed this before, that Lukianenko 45 seconds in hand. Coming up behind the 106 there is Messenger of Germany. 109 is Swako, another of the Ukrainian athletes. Down on his teammate though. Not out of contention. Once all the shooting stops have been done, you've got 1 lap to go, then just got to release every bit of energy you've got left. For the final effort, 104, the climb for Gabowski. Yu Shuang. There's different methods of guiding. Some sit behind the skiers, some in front. Depends where they are on the course. And beside also works. Lukianenko. Looking good.
He really is, for yet another gold in a run that dates back to Torino 2006 for Vitaly Lukianenko. It was Kazakh who had the form. They're coming into this event, but the pedigree is very much with Lukianenko.
His guide, Boris Babar, has just got to make sure that he keeps his charge out of trouble here. A little bit of traffic to negotiate. Sort of split between competitors there, guide and athlete, and so it's a little bit tricky. Happy to let Lukianenko go to the front though, an experienced couple, these two. They know how it's done, and they're doing it today.
Well, Dang has come in 1908, so that is our marker. 108U, the 18-year-old. The Chinese rounding the bend with Lukianenko behind him.
Lukianenko chasing a man who's really pleased to be in front of the home crowd here. Yu coming down hard and into first position, but for how long? 17:49.9 to beat. And Lukianenko's done it by 44 seconds.
17:05. Wow. The cream rises. It's Lukianenko again.
And then Swako has come strongly into second position, pushing you down to third. We've got Ukraine 1 and 2 now.
And Kazakh with his two misses. Kovalevsky further down. So Lukianenko again will have to wait. That's Siako with 109 on his bib. Well, they had a lot to choose from here. 5 Ukrainians in this race. So there was going to be glory in some direction. At the moment, it's with Lukianenko and Siako, with you in third place. Could it be another medal for China?
Well, the Ukrainians are pretty happy with their race effort, and so should Yu Shuang be. Really an emerging nation in this sport. Now they've got the facilities and they've got the interest. They've got the resources to be a force in parabiathlon and cross country. Well, of course, this is going to be some story back home for Ukrainians following and watching Lukianenko and Swako, those who can at least. Pavel Gil, one of the Polish competitors, coming down now in 103. Chalençon in France, not far behind.
Yeah, so leading Gil home. That's the guide, Mikkel Lander. And Chalençon thereafter 2:12 down on Lukianenko. Didn't have anything when it came down to it to challenge the Ukrainians. Well, 1:1:10, top of the pile. It is Lukianenko, 7th Winter Paralympic Biathlon gold medal.
Reshetinsky coming down just out of the medals, it would seem, into 4th position, 1:36 down on Lukianenko. But so that is Ukraine 1, 2, and 4. Kazakh yet to finish, likewise Kovalevsky.
Yeah, those misses in the range hurt Kazakh and Kovalevsky. 2 and 3 missed targets respectively. So this is Kazakh. They're coming in 17:25 is 17:49.
Well, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
he's done it, Kazakh. Superb.
They'd have had eyes on this with a chance to get a 1, 2, 3.
fabulous for Ukraine. Lukianenko, Kazakh and Siarko, a sweep for the Ukrainians.
They brought 5 quality athletes into the competition. Well skied, well guided, well shot. And what a finish it's going to be. 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. Well, astonishing. 5 in it, 5 in the top 6. That's Kazakh there, 1:11. His guide, Serhiy Kushiravyi. Swako being congratulated there. It's 3rd place for him.
Yeah, and understandably deep emotions.
So I think most of us can't really comprehend what these athletes have been going through and what it means to them today to do so well.
Another silver for Kazakh, by the way. 2 of them in Pyeongchang in the individual and the middle distance, the 12.5. As we look at our last finisher, Nowicki from Poland, had to complete those 5 penalty loops.
Giving the finish plenty of effort though. 21-year-old. Steered home by Jan Kobrin, his guide. And that is the field all home. But a convincing performance from Ukraine in this one. Lukianenko, Kazakh and Swako, 1, 2, 3. Kovalevsky and Reshetinsky, 5 and 6. Yu of China finishing 4th.
Confirmation then of the Ukrainian sweep of the medals in the men's sprint VI. Vitaly Lukianenko, Alexander Kazakh, Dmitry Siarko, with Boris Baba, Serhiy Kushiravyi and Alexander Nikonovic. They're the equally important guides for those athletes. A terrific race, and what a story. The Ukraine absolutely dominating. Kovalevsky coming in, and Reshetinsky in 5th and 6th as well. So confirmation also of the women's sprint in the vision impaired category. Shishkova, Kazmaya and Volta, Ukraine, Germany and Germany. Brilliant from the Ukrainians in the vision impaired category. 6 medals up for grabs amongst the men and women. They took 4 of them.
Recognition ceremonies to come shortly. Zhangjiakou. Vitaly Lukianenko getting himself ready for the formalities here. Medals come in a later ceremony. A good day for Ukraine. It's nice to be able to say that. So the top three come out for the recognition ceremony. The men's sprint vision impaired. Well, as we mentioned more than once, they brought 5 to the table, Ukraine, and 3 of them came through in the top spots. A tight-knit team. So they fill positions 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Remarkable. Third place to Dmitry Swako, guide Alexander Nikonovic. Swako missing just 1 target on the first stop.
Yep, bronze medal then for Dmitry Suyako. And Alexander Nikonovic, as Ukraine swept the board in the men's VI sprint. What a way to end the opening day of Parabiathlon here in Beijing 2022. Kazakh, who recovered from his 2 misses to sprint brilliantly into the silver medal position. Another silver for him. And yet another gold medal. 7th Parabiathlon gold medal for Vitaly Lukianenko, and a 3rd gold as well for Ukraine on the opening day of the Nordic events at Beijing 2022.
2 25-year-olds, and the gold will go to the 43-year-old Lukianenko. Congratulations to their respective guides. Boris Babar for Lukianenko and Serhiy Kocharavyi for Kazakh, and Alexander Nikonovic for Swako.
What a journey they've had to get here to Beijing, and what a day up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. A Ukrainian sweep in the men's vision impaired sprint.
Told they would rise like a phoenix after their efforts to get here, and they sure have. Out they come, the women's sprint vision impaired athletes, 1, 2 and 3 for the recognition ceremony. They say age and cunning often beats youth and enthusiasm. Well, Shishkova, I wouldn't say she's got too much age about her at 30, but the athlete she beat into second is only 15. Lynn Kazmaier and Leonie Volter, 18, second and third. But she knows where her next rivals are coming from, does Shishkova.
So Leonie Maria Volter then with Permi Strecker, the guide, secure the bronze medal, third place in the women's sprint in the VI category.
It's a fantastic smile, isn't it, from Volter? There must be some very proud family and friends watching, loving what they're seeing. Likewise for Kazmaier.
15, frightening. And a Winter Paralympics silver medalist. Absolutely magnificent. But top of the tree, Oksana Shishkova. She did it again. It's a third gold medal for Ukraine on the opening day of the Nordic events at Beijing 2022. Half the golds on offer, won by Ukraine.
Well, it's a restrained celebration, but the eyes are definitely smiling behind the mask, which is lovely to see for Shishkova. And her guide, Andrei Mashenko.
And of course, they'll be back out in almost no time at all, trying to do it all again in the cross-country events and, well, the equivalent events in the longer distances. We've seen the completion of the sprint programme in Para Biathlon on this opening day. In the mountains at Zhangjiakou, we've got the middle distance and the individual 15K to come later in these games. So, glory for Ukraine, and what an opening day as well for China. 5 medals all told, 2 of them gold.
Well, we've seen memorable performances from Ukraine. We've seen the emergence of China. We've seen a couple of athletes ski the almost perfect race today, which is lovely to observe.
Absolutely fantastic. And we've had 5 nations getting on the podium. Ukraine, 7 medals all told, 5 for China. And it really whets the appetite for the rest of the para biathlon at these Beijing 2022 Winter Paralympic Games. A quite phenomenal first day.
I hope you've enjoyed it. The course is holding up well, the weather. Asked a few questions of the athletes, but really they've come to give of their best, and that's what they showed us today, and so much more to look forward to. Hope you can stay with us. Action will continue at Pyeongchang and the National Biathlon Centre.